Hey, Friday night, starting on time, not making a video. You see, I made one. I have a drink from it. Yum. Okay, so I'm just doing my Simpsons Tapped Out little mobile game that I've been obsessing about for a long time. So, I don't know, you just get little Simpsons noises. I'll turn up so you can hear little Simpsons quotes. Sebastian Cobb from the Monorail episode. They don't all have little voice quotes. That's Matt Groening. That's just an angry rabbit.
What?
That's Homer, obviously.
What? Better than my normal job. Your time is up.
That was death. Just doing an instant scratchy.
Billowing backpacks.
Fallout Boy.
Billowing backpacks.
This is luckily I'm just doing this. No one's watching. If you're watching this back later, this is just what I'm doing for a few minutes while I wait for people to arrive. Assuming people are going to arrive. That was Lenny. Maggie. Some Lisa permutations. Lisa the President. Reading, writing, refilling the ocean.
Mr. Dondelinger. Yes, here is your money.
I somehow escaped from the hourglass.
The Harry Potter spoof. But sometimes there's a group of them, and a group of them animate at once. So you get all the voices going over one another. Young Barney. I love this guy, the ballet guy. I don't know why I find that line funny, but I do. Haven't seen crap like this since my Broadway show, Crap Like This. Possibly it's just a pointer to me being easily amused, quite honestly. Baby Lisa, old Homer. I think I'm almost there. I've got like 500 characters in this. Not 500, about 400. Well, that's interesting. Oh, god damn, only 4 of them. I just got to check something. Okay. Maybe later. Alrighty. Well, I'm done. For anyone who's watching this back later, you'll be pleased. I'm done now. I just got to tap a couple more things.
Presents are material goods.
Let's look at my Buddha.
Attachment to material goods shows the
There's a whole bunch of them to do stuff.
Do you happen to need a Messiah? Do you happen to need a Messiah?
Last couple of things.
My place is in the scullery.
All right, that's enough of that foolishness. And that didn't really. That's like 5 minutes. And why are people late for party night? Oh well, I mean, maybe people have got a life. I mean, I would forgive them. So, I guess, I just twiddle my thumbs. Wow, I am worthy of spam on Twitch. I just feel compelled to go and report the spam bot on Twitch. That'll keep me occupied for a while. Let me see. Report. Hateful conduct. Spam. Spam. Scam. Submit a report. And yeah, well, there's no point blocking. It's just a fucking bot. Hey, Jude. Sorry. And Pat, both of you, hello. I was just blocking. You won't even have seen it because it was on Twitch. It's just blocking a bot on Twitch. Man, that's really like a tequila Manhattan. And slightly surprisingly, actually, I suppose not when I think about it, it's Añejo tequila, which is the aged tequila. And it's lighter than a whiskey Manhattan. Hey, Harb. Oh, Jude, do you not remember? It's like, I'm not going to be really somber and depressing and talk about the Holocaust all night, but do you not remember what AIDzee was like when he'd just go on I think I'll just go off on a ramble and try to be as offensive to as many people as possible. And, he's doing it ironically. But if you don't know AIDzee and you don't have context, you just go, well, he appears to be an awful person, doesn't he? The danger of edgy comedy that people don't get the context when mocking bigotry just looks like bigotry. And yeah, Hubchan, he would have done it. He would have absolutely done it. No matter what I said, he absolutely would have said, oh God, you missed AIDzee doing any of his really offensive shit? Wowzers. Not quite sure how you missed that, Jude, but trust me, he would have gone there. So I don't have to fight him on it tonight. I could almost hear him from the other side going, no, but I could do a whole bit, where I said this, and then I could say that. And I went, no, you can't. Because, yeah, but people would know I'm joking. No, they fucking wouldn't. That is the whole problem. What you say that you think is comedic exaggeration and hyperbole is just what some people say. Judy, you did have somewhat of a thing for ranting on for very extended periods, like without breathing between sentences. I think, actually, I'm not even joking. He knew how to do circular breathing, which is the thing you have to do if you're going to play a didgeridoo. It's being able to breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth at the same time to keep a constant flow of air up. Hey, Pat, I'm doing well. How are you doing today? We're almost at the end of January, which I find super disturbing that 1 month this year's gone already. Oh, totally legit, Jude. You get ranting at home. If it's a bit familiar, just want to check out. Yeah, absolutely warranted, I would say. But yes, so I just thought it was worth at least mentioning. It was Holocaust Memorial Day. Fairly important topic. One of it's very hard to actually hit on. What are the worst things that happened in the 20th century? Because humans are humans, and we did some pretty fucking awful things. Holocaust, probably. It's not to say other things didn't happen, and don't really want to get into any sort of misery Olympics competition and trying to quantify people's suffering, because it's all fucking bad. But yes, given the number of people who try to minimize, if not outright deny, the Holocaust, it is actually important to not let it be forgotten and not understate the scale of the horror, basically. Yeah, that's very interesting for a bit of variety, this drink. I've already decided. Look at it. It's going to be a party night. It's going to be a party night. I've already decided what I'll make later. Going to make a maple old-fashioned, and then we shall unleash the peach absinthe. I got some peaches and syrup from the supermarket, and then I added some absinthe to them a week ago. It's been sitting there for a week, and I'm going to taste it tonight. And depending how it tastes, I'm going to make a cocktail with it. So the cocktail that I found that I may end up making is called a Weeping Jesus. So I'm kind of fond of that as a cocktail name, quite honestly. So, you know what? I'm bored. I'm going to get my smoker out. So, Jude, you went to your neighbours, came home, patient 1 verbally lashed out at patient 2. Oof. No, not good. Not good at all. So I'm just going to smoke my cocktail. Look at that. It's like the witch's brew. Just thought this might work as a smoky cocktail. Smoke really sort of hangs around. Yeah, that works actually. Little sort of barbecue smoke smell on there. That's a whole thing. It seems like behaviorally Jude saves his worst unpredictable behavior for when you're not there. Deliberate chaos creator when they think they can get away with it. Yep, that's pretty sucky. Ugh. I'm going to put my cherries back in the drink. In the flesh. Oh, Lorks a Lordy. So this is... Okay, I didn't even explain. This was my latest barrel-aged cocktail. And so I had one version of it that wasn't barrel-aged and one that was. And I tried them side by side to get the difference. And that was fun. And then I just poured them both in together. So this is like a fucking quadruple. This is very dangerous. Fortunately, I ain't going anywhere. I'm staying right here. Ah, Jude, you're looking for some additional support? I do not blame you at all. It sounds like bullshit you don't need to deal with. I'm going to adjust my little camera here just a teeny bit. So you see, look at, it's like a martini and a cosmopolitan on this shirt. Also, there's a cat on the back. Don't know if I can be bothered getting out of my chair to show it, but it's unique. Of all my cocktail shirts, normally the back is either no print or exactly the same as what's on the front. This one is unique in that there's a cat on the back, completely different to the front. That's why I got it, really. Just really like... Well, it's different color to most of the other ones I've got, so it's nice to have variety. But yeah, the whole difference with the design, the cocktails on the front and the cat on the back, I quite liked. Oh, yeah, no, I get that. You're taking on the heavy load, Jude. Yeah. You get your home health once a month. Good Lord. Yeah. So wanting some additional support, as you say, having a word, that seems very warranted. So shite you shouldn't have to deal with, basically. It was a nice work showing. I dare say they see someone on the other days. I don't know if it'd be someone's full-time job to see Bob once a month. People, though, am I right? What are you going to do with people? God damn it. I'm just looking at some messages. Okay. Oh dear, people just seeing very, very silly things. Dude, you reckon they just drive around town all day? Who knows? Oh god, this is like today's weird fucking news in Australia. A radioactive capsule was being transferred from a mine site to somewhere else. They use it for something. It emits dangerous amounts of radiation, and they lost it. Good Lord. I think that's, probably right on the top of the list for handling dangerous radioactive material. Top of the list of things to do. Don't lose it. I really, again, I need to stress I'm not an expert, not claiming expertise. I just think fairly prominent in the safety training for the handling of dangerously radioactive material would be don't fucking lose it. Oh, okay, Jude. There's a YouTube channel called Shoah Foundation, post archival interviews. Yeah, that can be. I read some accounts and seen some archival footage. That can be tough going. It's important, mind you, can be pretty fucking tough going, though. Oh, dear. It's just, yeah, the world, really, in it, though. Oh, yeah, I was smoking my... Oh, you can't open a window. Are you going to try?
Yeah, just get on.
I know you're putting them away.
No, I'm showing them to...
Right. They're up for offer. Okay. Oh, yes, Jude. People in awful situations having funny experiences. The human spirit and all that. Humans are resilient. And honestly, we're pretty goddamn weird as well. It's the classic gallows humor. Finding humor in the worst situations. Thing we do. It's like when people say, what do you mean gallows humor? Like literal gallows humor. The prisoner who's been in a cell for a long time awaiting a death penalty, and the day comes and they're taken out to the gallows. They're going to be hanged in public. And they're up on the platform and they look around and go, oh, nice to get out in the fresh air. Gallows humor. But yeah, so humans are interesting and silly. I think humans are silly. I don't think that's an outrageous call to make. Yes, humans are very silly. That's my hypothesis. That's my doctoral thesis. Humans are silly. Yes, Jude, that in fact doesn't sound so funny. And again, as you say, not necessarily war related. They made mashed potato and zinc bowls. So I assume, yeah, zinc is not a good food preparation metal. It's a whole thing. Sorry, I'm just seeing someone sharing a thing. I don't know if this is true. Star Trek theme music submitted for copyright under the composer's name, Alexander Courage, November 7th, 1966. 50 days later, there's a second registration for the same music, 2 editions. Beneath Courage's name was that of series creator Gene Roddenberry. Below that, lyrics had been scrawled alongside the music, but the lyrics were never in the show, not intended to be. But because they were added to the copyright registration, Roddenberry received co-writer credit, 50% of song royalties. Roddenberry being a dick. See if I can guess it's the rim of the starlight. I love his wandering in starflight. Da, 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 da. The rim of the starlight. No, I can't work out how the... Well, so that, if true, is just saying Roddenberry's a complete dick. So, Jude, the way he got sussed out Americans when he seemed to be eating buttered bread covered in sugar which is classic German breakfast fare. Okay. I have to admit, it's a thing I've done as a kid. Oh, you know what was big in Australia or in my family? I don't know how widespread it was. Jelly crystals in the sandwich, like buttered bread, and you pour jelly crystals on it, as in, in America, you'd say jello crystals. So the flavored gelatin crystals on buttered bread. I thought that was fucking awesome. I really liked that as a sandwich. And then again, there's the Australian party classic, fairy bread, which is buttered bread with hundreds and thousands on it. So just looking for sort of wacky things. What have been reported? Dr. Abigail, your grandmother used to eat sugar sandwiches. Fairy bread without the extra steps. Fairy bread without the color, basically. So, but yeah, I think I did it with sugar. But jelly crystals fucking rocked. Jelly crystals on buttered bread is awesome. Big fan of that. Like the other great Australian tradition of making Milo, and you get told you're only allowed to have one spoon. So you try and get the giantest, heapedest spoon you can, obeying the letter of the law, if not the spirit. But it's, yeah. Also, it just reminded me of a discussion I remember having with my siblings when I was young. We had a little milkshake maker, make a milkshake with ice cream. And I was like, I forget what it said, but I ended up saying, like, I make one as like a thick shake, like McDonald's. And like, we were allowed to put some ice cream in our milkshake. They were like, it's not as thick as McDonald's. You can't do that. I'm like, yeah, I can. Watch this. And then I proceeded to put like 6 spoons of ice cream in it. And they're like, what? Why are you putting all that ice cream? Because I'm making a thick shake. And it was like their brains just, that they thought I'm only allowed to use 1 scoop. And I said, I don't remember anyone telling me that. And I would just put a fuck ton of ice cream in there. Make a thick shake. Hey, Tommy, pissed off about work. Let's rant. And cow hugging vegan. Hello. Look, it's a safe place for anyone who's not a fucking moron. Tommy, management don't know what they're doing. Something I've never experienced. I have always thought all management is awesome, and they're not a pack of goddamn idiots who don't know what they're doing. Oh, yeah, sorry, cereal as well, Jude, yes. Spooning mountains of sugar on Wheaties or Rice Krispies until the sugar's, yeah. Yeah, I would put a lot of sugar on cornflakes. We have this popular cereal here called Wheat Bix. It's like these little bricks of fiber. I think you have similar things in the US. I think they're called Weetabix or something. But by themselves, they're incredibly healthy. But if I put like a spoonful of sugar on every brick of Wheat Bix, not so healthy. And the big thing is, because they absorbed a lot of milk. So what you had to do is put your Wheat Bix in the bowl and pour the milk over. And then when it absorbed a bit of milk, so they're a little bit soft, then you pour the sugar on it. And the sugar like absorbs into the Wheat Bix. Some foolish people would put the sugar on the Wheat Bix and pour the milk over it, wash it all off. And then it'd be like, you get sugary milk. And it's like, no, it's fucking stupid. You want sugar with every spoon of the Wheat Bix. Nice. Tommy joining me. And not kids getting drunk. It's not big or clever. Doing it anyway. Can't be encouraging binge drinking. Might actually do it, but can't encourage it. In fact, was it been doing these live streams? Well, I've been doing live streams for longer than 3 years, but I regard, COVID as a whole different thing. I started doing the live streams because, was it probably about March when it became clear? Was it February or March 3 years ago when it became clear that COVID was going to be scary as fuck? And we were getting the first restrictions and all the things closing and being told to stay at home. And so I started doing live streams all the time as a sanity thing. And it continues to be a chill thing to do. Oh, do you see? We didn't often have chocolate syrup. Wow, I literally never did. I got amazed as I read along there. I was thinking chocolate syrup. No, I never put chocolate syrup on cereal. I certainly never added whipped cream as well. Decadent. I love it. I love it. Yes, I only would sometimes use chocolate syrup on ice cream. The times we had chocolate syrup, we poured it on the ice cream or in a milkshake. Not on cereal, though. You're a wild woman. Things that I sweetenly never did. Wild and crazy and reckless times you had as a young'un. Yep, I actually can feel that. It's hardly surprising. I can feel it after that cocktail because it was basically a quadruple. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. Yes, you and me both, Jude, finding ways to grow out of your clothes sideways. Yep. Tommy, you remember when COVID started in China, you told people it's here, it's here, it's here. And they said you're wrong. Guess what? Yeah. Yeah, there was that period where people were in denial. And I mean, even fucking Morrison. Do you remember that it was like the last week before everything was like, no, we're shutting everything down. Everyone's staying home. And Morrison was still trying to talk her down like, oh, nobody panic. Should go to the footy this weekend. It's like, shut the fuck up, you fuck up. And again, I feel like, although he was, roundly humiliated, booted out of office at the last election, even so, I feel like people have already forgotten how fucking bad he was. Like, he kept trying to minimize the seriousness of COVID when everyone said, no, dude, it's fucking real. He kept trying to talk the states out of doing lockdowns and whatnot, even though that's what the health advice said to do. And the lockdowns we did, as much as they sucked, at minimum saved tens of thousands of lives. It's like, what do you mean with that? Because it saved tens of thousands of lives. And then when it gets to us having a vaccine, he absolutely fucked the vaccine rollout. And then in a later stage where it's like, oh, we should all be self-testing and whatnot, he absolutely fucked up the securing of the rapid tests. It's like he was just a fuck up wrapped in a fuck up wrapped in a fuck up. He's absolutely ridiculous. So cow hugging vegan, 26 is Jan. Actually, no, it's definitely not Cook's Landing. And in fact, it's I think it's not even when the flag got raised. It's all a bit grey, but anyway. It's a ridiculous thing, I think. Oh, yeah, look, he ruined the wine export industry. The LNP ruined vehicle manufacturing in Australia. They cost lots of people lots of jobs. Tommy, you don't want to go outside. Man, I use a mask on public transport or in the supermarket. I work from home as much as possible. if Mrs. Angry and I go out, like, you know, dinner and drinks, we only go to places where we can sit outside because I just think it's too high risk being inside. And because tomorrow's going to be real fucking hot, too hot to sit outside. So we're not going to go out anywhere tomorrow night. So I'll maybe do a stream tomorrow night. We shall see. Yes. Scotty from marketing. And again, just that thing, and that was just pre-COVID when the country's being ravaged, and he fucked off on a holiday. He's supposed to be leading the country, and he fucked off on a holiday. And he says, oh, but we planned this. It's like, you piece of shit. Honestly. Yes, Jude, wearing masks in public, very small number of people. Yes, no, cow-hugging vegan, there's a bunch of different things about the date. There's conjecture about that. And also, it's only been Australia Day as a national thing since the 90s. So the idea of it being any important tradition is a fucking lie. It's a date that's insulting and offensive to a chunk of the population. Why the fuck would you have it as your national day? It's stupid as fuck. And it's going to change. It's going to change. That's inevitable. So anyone who's like hanging on to it now is either a nasty piece of shit or a fucking coward who's trying to avoid conflict. No, I just say that's me. I'm a coward who avoids conflict. I actually hate, despite my online persona, I actually hate conflict, and I will make some effort to avoid it if I can. So, Jude, you're in winter, of course. Masks. Yeah, that is actually a bonus of a mask in winter. It keeps your face a bit warm. But yes, we're getting some real summer heat now. So we got to guts to soldier on. So, Tommy, what did you hear? Sorry, and I'm losing the track because there's a real delay between when you type a comment and when I see it as well. So, what was the thing you heard from your friend in Australia? Yeah, we Morrison, what a fucking joke. I haven't even thought about what a colossal fuck up he was for a little while. Now I think about it, and he was awful. Jesus Christ, he was terrible. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, Tommy, yeah. Australia Day is bullshit. It's meaningless. A significant majority of the population could not accurately tell you what the date signifies. They will say the wrong thing. And it's just fucking wrong. It's just really fucking wrong. Oh, yeah. No, Jude, the Australian Christmas traditions and whatnot comes from being an English colony and, you know, this sad parochial thing of desperately wanting to be part of the British Empire up until recently anyway. So, yes, Australian colonizers spend a long time living in... Oh, God, I think I'm going to sneeze. Something's tickling my nose. I know. Is that a residual from the smoke that I made? Tommy, it is... Look, it is a nice shirt. I'm going to show off the whole thing. Look, so if I stand up, it's got a martini and a Cosmo. And if I turn around on the back, there's a cat. It's a cat on the back. For no apparent reason. There's a cat on the back. It may be Shadow's fur that was doing it to me. Shadow doesn't really care for this cat tree. She might end up doing it. There's a smaller one in the lounge room that she regularly uses to sharpen her claws. That she does. Mimsy used to always use this one. Shadow might go. I also, Tommy, I do agree. The cat makes it better. I love this. When I saw this one on the site, it's like, yep, that's really different to any of the other ones I have. Getting that. Right. I am going to make a quick video. I'm going to make a maple old-fashioned. So I have a little bit of prep work to do. And got to get some shit together. Yes, I actually have probably half a dozen Cocktail Cat shirts. It's very interesting with these designs how often they have black cats on them. High Speed Drifter, you maybe have to enlighten me about Holodomor, or given, and here's a shocking revelation, given that I'm on the internet, I could just look it up, I guess. Yeah, Holodomor. Ooh, geez, this sounds a bit beastly. Oh, right. One of the various mass killings engineered by Stalin. Yeah, not a nice guy. Not a nice guy. I think there's some conjecture about how many things he did were deliberate. Holodomor is definitely regarded as a created famine designed to fuck up Ukrainians. Ukrainians have always had a hard fucking time from Russia, honestly. Yeah. And yeah, just one of the many shitty things Stalin did. Oh no, Kirsten. No sugar or bitters. God damn. I even went out and bought an orange specific because I wanted to go the whole way. I wanted to have an orange peel garnish for my cocktails, and I'd finished my last orange. So I made a point of going out and getting an orange today. Shoes made of grape leather. That sounds really interesting. Also sounds quite biodegradable. I don't know. I saw a video online the other day about the people who were doing these very interesting things with different mycelium. So not really mushrooms. I don't know the scientific definition, but fungus. And one was a styrofoam packing alternative. It was fascinating. And the other one, they grow these big sheets of it, and they can apparently make a really effective leather substitute with it. But also, you can eat it as an edible mushroom. And they showed this thing where they slice up thin strips and make this really tasty mushroom bacon. So hi, Lee and Heine and Strictly Sega. High Speed Drifter. Well, good for you. If someone makes a choice to not drink the alcohol, I always applaud that. That is great. I'm glad it works for you. Holy shit, dude. You must be about my vintage to be going back that far. So, nary a drink for 30 years. Sorry, I'd almost do appropriate cheers to you, but kudos to you. Absolutely. 2 thumbs up. You make a decision, works for you. I support you wholeheartedly. But I am going to do this thing. Okay. So I've got a little bit of prep work. I've got to move some stuff around. Ugh. Lawsy. All right. Move that. And that and that. Oh. All right. Ooh. Exciting decision time is which whiskey to use. High speed drifter, you're a sloppy drunk. More power to you for making the decision. Strictly Sega, 30 years since Jeff closed your school. Oh, man. Kennett was a fucking nightmare, wasn't he? Ugh. I wasn't even living in Victoria at the time. All right. Oldie fashion. Which one shall we do? What's this one? 20 number 2. You know what? Fuck it, I might make it with Nova. Don't think I've made one with Nova recently. Here's one of my favourite whiskies. Right. So we got that. The maple syrup, I think, is over here. Yes, real maple syrup. Real Canadian maple syrup. We got that there. I'm going to put this in the Frigidage. My newest barrel-aged cocktail called a Mexican Lover. Main ingredient, añejo tequila. All right, put that in there. Orange bitters is there. So I got all the bits I want. All right, so I just got to clean things here. Yeah, when my firstborn arrived, 98, I moved to Victoria. So config mycelium, cool material. Ooh, I feel like that's a quote. Not strong, our body's just getting numb. Yeah, I don't like, because I sometimes have a couple of drinks on the stream. People are always, oh, were you sick? Did you have a hangover? I don't get hangovers as a rule. Sometimes I might feel slightly off the next day. Usually the biggest thing is I'm tired because I've stayed up late. But anyway, I'm going to clean my little drink making area here. All right. Now, I have to decide, am I going to do the whole stir the drink on ice? Strictly Sega found a computer on the side of the road. I had a memory card reader in it. Nice. Okay. All right, I'll get this. I'll make it like a professional. Right. Not just. So someone just dumped it, and it still has the drive and the RAM. See, I don't even know what that means. Well, I know CPU is an A8. All right, so it's okay. They've chucked it because it's a very old computer, got an old processor. Okay, I guess you could upgrade the CPU. I don't know. I'm a long way from an expert. All right, chuck these little bits of ice. Actually, I might use them in the stirring. Now I think of it. Put that there, put that there. And I'll get a bit more ice. I'm a professional with a plan. God damn it. I'll drop that ice. All right. All right, I have a plan. My Nova. All right, you go over there. Orange bit is here. All right, I'll just move some stuff around. Wait, no, I should take the camera over first. Gotta shoot the story. Right. And the light. Yeah, no. Actually, what is this? Sorry, this is stupid. What does this look like if I do this? Ah, hello. Can you see me? Sorry, I'll stop being quite so stupid. Where is my stirring finger? That's what I want. It should be in here. And it is. Huzzah! And 20 pounds to the king. And my strainer, which is here. Alright, God, this is chaos. Little kitchen bench here is just chaos. All right. So you can see what I'm doing, if that's important to you. Right. So, doesn't look a thing like Jesus, but he talks like a gentleman, like you imagine. We're going whiskey. Okay. Now, I'll frame this up. Because you mentioned Jesus over there. Now I've got that killer song when you were young stuck in my head. He doesn't look a thing like Jesus. Talk like a gentleman, like you imagine when you were young. All right. Oh wait, it's got to be a high-speed mode. Ooh. I'm going to change from 4K to do that. Technical sophistication. All right. I think that's all good. Take the lid off that. Take the lid off that. All right. So, and we start. Oh no, Jesus Christ. Get whiskey. And put a bit of the maple syrup. That looks about right to me. Ooh, I think I used all of the maple syrup. I don't know if Mrs. Amber is going to make pancakes on the weekend. And orange bitters. Alright, and add ice, which is all around here in the glass. Alright, stir it. Alright, stirred. Suck Gaz Regan's finger, but not in a gay way. Well, maybe, maybe it's a little bit gay to suck Gaz Regan's finger. That's all fine. Alright, now the glass. And we'll just tighten up a little. There's the actress at the bishop. Into my strainer. Pour a glass in. Oops. There's no ice in that. God damn it. Ugh. editing. Time for some editing. Gotta go get a big piece of ice. Ugh, I feel like a goose. All right, big piece of ice coming up. Oh, there we go. There we go. Ugh. God, okay, I'm still shooting. It'll be a long ass bit of video. That's okay. Now we pour it. A little bit diluted, but that's okay. And we'll put in a bit of orange zest and cherry. Shazam, y'all. Okay. Now I move back to the business side. Ugh. And here we go. Here we go. All right. So, Dr. Abigail, when you talk about killer songs, I think you meant earworms, not brainworms. Although there are people who really don't like the killers and would go with brainworms. All right. I just got to do my little talky bit, which will take a minute or two. Go wide, wide, wide. All right, what are we doing here? Let me just check that. How does that? Ooh, that's not right at all. How's that? That's a bit more correct. Okay. My old-fashioned. God, I can hear cicadas. I bet my microphone picks them up. I'll play some music under it that'll maybe obscure the cicada sounds a bit. Doesn't look a thing like this. TV's really loud. G'day, cocktail lovers. Here's an old-fashioned variation that's just as easy to make as the original, the maple old-fashioned. We start by putting 2 ounces or 60 mils of the whiskey of your choice in our mixing glass. Then we add 10 mils or 1/3 of an ounce of maple syrup. And finally, 2 dashes of orange bitters. We add ice to our glass and stir that for about 25 seconds to get it chilled and diluted. Then strain that into a rocks glass over a big chunk of ice. I like to garnish it with some orange peel and a maraschino cherry on a skewer. And there we have our maple old-fashioned. It's a little bit richer than with just regular sugar syrup. Just adds a little extra dimension. I suppose if you wanted to go super Canadian, instead of just your maple syrup, you might use Canadian whiskey as well. But I'll leave that up to you. If you make one, I hope you enjoy it. Until I see you again, cheers. All right, babble, babble, babble. And I'm gone. Okay. And we're back. Oh, gosh. Oh, no, let's do this. So, Heine, I see the question was answered by saying, don't I want the light facing you? Strictly you did answer. If that light's straight at me, it's very harsh and will also throw shadow on my green screen, make it harder to do chroma keying. If I bounce it off another surface, the light is diffused. It's still very bright, but it's not as focused. So it's not, doesn't flare out my skin as much and doesn't throw a harsh shadow on my green screen. Oh, yes, you use umbrella lights. I don't have anything as professional as umbrella lights with a light box or anything. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Tommy, like particularly doing short videos, just being really simple and clear and direct. And the thing that I think appeals to people who watch shorts on YouTube is very simple directions. I am going to do a longer one a bit later, all things being equal. I'm going to have my peach absinthe. I'm leaving it to last, well, for two reasons, because the absinthe is such a strong flavor. I was worried it would like blow out my taste buds and I wouldn't taste anything else for the rest of the evening. Second, because the absinthe is really high alcohol content, I'm kind of worried I'm going to be shit-faced after drinking it. So leaving it till last, basically. Strictly Sega, no, I don't upload on TikTok. I'm old, man. TikTok's too much for me to wrap my brain around. But I mean, I do have just a huge number of videos I've already made that I guess, you think I should? I could re-upload at effectively no effort on my part because I've already made the videos. Maybe I will. I just have so much trouble. For one thing, you watch Laserdisc. People upload Laserdiscs on TikTok. I'm intrigued by that. All right. Oh, one. Okay. Cherries are falling off my skewer. And one of them fell off in here. So I'll get that in there. And another orange peel as well. Why the hootin' heck not? Little residual in these glasses. And the tequila Manhattan I made. Oh, it's just like cherry juice. All right, come on. Get in there. See, Mrs. Angry is going to have really flavorful orange peel to put in her hot chocolate in the morning. Oh, sorry. I get it, Strictly Sega. They show off their laser discs rather than play the laser disc. Right. Just a little bit of movie talk. So, like, dudes, like home video crack up. Okay. Yeah. I mean, ugh. You know, like I only see TikTok videos when someone reposts them to another social media site. I worked out a while ago, I can only really concentrate on 3 social media platforms at once. My poor old brain can't cope with more. And so at the moment, that's basically Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, which I guess is showing how old I am, that I'm not using Instagram or TikTok. Fuck me, that's good. Oh, yum. I love old-fashioned. So you're saying it's all acted. This guy pretends to be obsessed video shop owner, goes to op shops and the dude who run the op shops. Oh, okay, so they have a whole thing. Well, that sounds like fun. So they're doing sketches and stuff, like dramatizing it? Oh, God. The Uber's called Eaten Out, so they stick that line everywhere. Yep. I can see where that would go, basically. Innuendo. I'm a fan. Seriously. AIDzee and I did a whole series of videos that we called Single Entendres. because we couldn't be bothered being subtle and doing innuendo, we just came out and said the rude thing. Yum. Oh my God. Nova's really yummy. And maple syrup as a sweetener in an old-fashioned is really yummy. Like, I liked my barrel-aged cocktail I made. It was very interesting. But I fucking love this old-fashioned. Oh, goodness me. So I'm thinking of getting another new barrel to see if, like, have basically, it's like, have these barrels outlived their usefulness? Does it need to be a newer one where the oakiness from the wood actually gets into what I age in the barrel? So I'm thinking of getting another new barrel and then it would be an old fashioned. I'd put an old fashioned in the new barrel and in one of the old barrels, and then taste them side by side. And if the one done in the new barrel was way better, I think, oh, I need new barrels. Kirsten. Had to go to the op shop to buy wine glasses if I could bring any. Mind you, op shops and glassware, match made in heaven. My little shelf over there is full of glassware. It's all the glassware I can handle. Quite a few coupes, some Nick and Nora's, martini glasses, old-fashioned glasses, and big tiki goblets. I don't have any. I have to be strong. I have no more room for glassware. That would be another, if I won lotto thing in my own house, having a whole room and turning it in, like, just turning it into a bar, lots of shelf space, and I would just have fucking shit tons of glassware. Always be going to op shops, finding unusual glassware. Tommy, you still have a postcard from me and AIDzee. Nice. I'm glad we're still with you in the man cave. I really like that. Oh, yes, lovely ones for 50 cents. Again, I would get so much glassware from op shops if I had any space to put it, and I don't. So occasionally I look in op shop windows, and it's a major effort of will to go, oh, I would really like that glass. I have nowhere to put it. Like, literally nowhere. All the cupboards are full with regular stuff. I could, honestly, I am tempted to go through some of the cupboards and see, is this a lot like old cooking stuff we don't use anymore and I could just fucking throw it out? I've already done that once to make a bit more space. I didn't throw it out. We had all these cake molds that we used to make special cakes for the young'uns when they were young'uns. And young Mr. Angry in particular was a bit of a baker. He liked to make things. But it's like, okay, you know what, you guys, we haven't used these cake molds. And they were these big bunt cake things. We hadn't used them for 10 years. I'm going to find them a new home. I didn't throw them out because they were very good quality. I just went on Facebook and said, anyone want them? Someone said, yep, me. So I gave them to him. Hey, Justin. Oh, Strictly Sega. I sort of meant to do it with the garage. Like, I had 2 weeks off over Christmas, New Year. Didn't do a goddamn thing, which I feel slightly bad about. But what are you going to do? So, Tell you what, tomorrow's going to be stinky hot. So I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be wearing pants tomorrow at all. So I'll either be wearing my beach pants, which barely count as pants, or I'll be wearing a kilt tomorrow. Like I said, might be doing a stream. Might be a kilt stream tomorrow night. Heine, if one of the kids left the nest, what do you think? The house is a rental. And certainly sometime in the probably near future, probably in the next year, there will be some move outs. But we're not going to rush to change anything. And hey, Rays, what's up, man? Strictly say, tell you what we might do is we might bring stuff from the shed into an empty room and go through it and work out what we want to keep and what we want to turf. I also think if there's stuff that's just been sitting in boxes in the shed for 5 years, we maybe don't need it. Oh God, dude, Tommy, this that sort of story, that's happened on and off like forever. Someone trying to get, what are the kids doing today? And they're an adult, they'll be in their 20s. They're trying to enroll in school to see, what are the kids doing today? Yeah, so, we're not going to rush ourselves. At some point, failing, me winning lotto or something, we're not going to rush into any decisions. Holy shit. Okay. So, yeah, I'm just going to take it easy. Oh my God. This is one of those drinks, and it's so fucking simple and old-fashioned. So I feel vaguely guilty because every time I take a sip of it, it's so good. I feel compelled to say, God damn, the drink's really fucking good. Because it's really good. I love this because kids are doing TikTok dances and less drugs than you think. Oh well, good for them. Raze, you reckon you'd fix a bunch of issues if you had $1 billion? Dude, I'm on your side. I want the world to give you that $1 billion to fix some stuff. Your solution is to actually use the money to buy a ship and get away from the humans. I can't fault you. I really can't fault you on that. Oh, Tommy, that's what you were trying to say before. You vote kill. Yeah, look, there's a better than average day. There's a better than average chance tomorrow is going to be kilt day because it's going to be hot as fuck. I'm going to have the air conditioning on, of course, which will keep it manageable, but I'm going to want some airflow. So I'll be wearing a kilt. I might even be commando. Who will know? Leave it up to your imagination whether or not I'm commando. But, there's a better than average chance I'll be wearing a kilt tomorrow. There's a better than average chance I'll be doing a live stream tomorrow night. So that would mean live stream in a kilt. Oh, goddamn, that Nova is a good fucking whiskey. What are we up to? Ooh, we've raced past 9 o'clock. There we go. Guts to. Tomorrow night stream? The kilt live stream? Okay, if I do a stream tomorrow and I'm in a kilt, I will draw attention to it. It will be the kilt live stream. Oh, yeah, Justin, I mentioned that earlier. The missing thing that's radiation risk. That's pretty weird. You don't get that very often. Oh, Strictly Sega. I wish I had bagpipers. Oh, my God. I would love to have bagpipers, actually. Might be able to convince Dr. Abigail to get the clarinet out. That's about the best I can manage. I don't actually know any pipers. But, yes. So I don't want to overpromise, but there's a good chance there'll be a kilt stream tomorrow night. Dr. Abigail hitting the patient wolf. I was thinking just today I need to visit Patient Wolf again because I really like that venue. So, Kirsten, you're in Melbourne training, working, not drinking. That's fine. I mean, you can like hit me up on the Discord or whatnot. Don't know if you'll be able to get lunch or something after training with no drinking. Believe it or not, I can do things like catch up and have food and not drink. So, Justin, I love the used to. You think people aren't still dumping radioactive material into the sea? Oh, yes, Tommy, kimono. Yes. Because my other really hot weather outfit is my caftan, which about almost exactly a year ago, when there was a heat wave in Melbourne that lasted for most of 2 weeks, and my fucking air conditioning blew up, and I had no air conditioning for this fucking heat wave. And I was just like, we had a bath full of water, cool water, and we'd just sit in that for a while, bring the core body temperature down, and then get out, not even use a towel to dry off. I would just put the caftan on, and it would absorb the water and would cool me down for a while. I think that was almost exactly a year ago that happened. Like the fucking landlord wouldn't believe us that there was something wrong with the aircon because it kept tripping the circuit breaker. And an electrician had told us this is fucked up. And sure enough, it literally fucking blew up. Like a whole bit of it melted and fused. Yes, I'm in the office on Monday, Kirsten. So we can like talk on Discord or whatever. See if lunch or after work is a better deal. Would love to do it. So, so yeah, it's going to be stupid hot tomorrow. I always thought I didn't trust the weather predictions earlier in the week, but they stayed pretty stable. Like it's supposed to go down to 17 overnight, which is nice, and then go up to 34. Okay, so the predictions have varied between 34 and 37. Now they're saying 34. And then drop to 19 overnight and maybe rain on Sunday. Maybe rain on Sunday. And then a mild week, the sort of weather I like 23, 24 Celsius. That's my perfect sort of weather. I don't like it. Once it gets hotter than about 25, I start to go, ugh. Once it's over 30, it's like, oh, fuck this. But 23, 24, and that's what they're predicting for the whole week. So this is going to be my favorite week, this coming week, weather-wise, because it's not going to rain much. I don't mind if it rains a little bit. This next week, after tomorrow is going to suck balls, not in a good way. Then the subsequent week is possibly going to be my favorite week. So, yeah. That's something for me to look for. Okay, now I'm now thinking I should, can you guess where I'm going? Have some water. I should have some water before I have absinthe. That seems fair, doesn't it? Water before absinthe? I'm slightly tempted to roll straight into the absinthe and then have water after. I should have some water. I'll have some water. Also, because I've had a couple of really flavorful drinks, water will taste really nice because I've got all these flavors in my mouth. Yeah, Justin, just generally, temperatures much lower than average for the whole summer. But who knows? Melbourne often gets its hottest days in February. So who the fuck knows what's going to happen in February? So we get closer to an El Nino, which is when it gets warmer and drier. All right, so we've got a whole thing of ice here. Oh yeah. No, that's right. There are flavors in my mouth. So Water tastes nice. So I'm just going to get one of these rocks glasses. Pour some of this ice into it. Pour fucking all this ice into it. What? I'm out of control. You can't stop me. Tommy, you're supposed to get snow. People freaking out, you're laughing, be able to be in shorts and t-shirts and go to work. Love the cold. Oof. I guess the coldest weather I had was when I was at uni, back in the fabled place where I met AIDzee. The record when I was there was minus 14 Celsius. And there was once or twice very light snow, like not so it settled on the ground, but it does snow sometimes. Oh, Justin, you stepped into the air fryer world. That was one of my COVID purchases. Few purchases for the kitchen during COVID, notably that fridge, but also air fryer. Use it a lot. Use it a lot. Which is great. I saw a good video that broke down the same as if you an air fryer uses less than half the electricity of a convection oven. So if you cook a bunch of stuff in the air fryer that you would have normally put in the oven, which is what I've been doing, the air fryer essentially pays for itself in energy savings probably in the first year to 18 months. So Shazam, because I use it a lot. Oh, yeah, fucking water, man. Okay, I am probably going to drink a little bit of water now. I need to get my Trello board up. Where's my Trello board? So we made a maple old fashioned, so that's in doing. Peach absinthe. So my plan is, I found a recipe called Weeping Jesus that said to do 1 ounce absinthe, 1 ounce peach liqueur, 1 ounce grenadine, and top it with soda. 1 ounce of grenadine is a lot of fucking grenadine. And top it with soda. So when I taste the peach absinthe, if I really like it, and the guy who made it on TikTok and YouTube, he said it was the best thing he'd ever done. So if I feel like that, I'll probably make this with just 2 ounces of the peach absinthe. But if I think it's a bit much, are you looking for a beverage? Or I've got lots. Sorry, this is why you're looking at me. I'm drinking water at the moment. I am Mr. Responsible. I'm building up to tasting the absinthe. I think I just want to drink water for a while in the lead up to tasting the absinthe. So if I think the peach absinthe is really good, it's going to be 2 ounces of peach absinthe. But if I'm a bit dubious, if I think it sucks, I won't do it at all. But if I think it's just okay, I'll do 1 ounce of peach absinthe and 1 ounce of an apricot brandy I've got, and 1 ounce of grenadine, topped with soda. But so it all depends on what I think of the peach absinthe, basically. See if I agree with the dude. He said it was 14 out of 10. Best thing ever. Tommy, I have not watched that 90s show. I will probably give it a go because I did like that 70s show, actually. So did you know there was that 80s show as well? Completely unrelated to that 70s show, completely different characters and setting and whatnot. But it was not successful. I don't know if it lasted more than a season. I saw 1 or 2 episodes of it. So, but you see, there is one of these things every decade. In the 70s, there was Happy Days that was romanticizing the 50s. They romanticized a generation previously, 20 years ago. In the 80s, there was the Wonder Years, which romanticized the 60s. In the 90s, there was that 70s show, romanticized the 70s. in the next decade, the 2010s, there was probably, like I said, there was that 80s show, but I don't watch it. But there were actually two set in the 90s. I think there was Fresh Off the Boat, and there was another one. Oh, it was named after a family. It was kind of successful, but not hugely successful. Yeah, but they do it. Hey, Safa, how you doing? So, someone from Sunny in Philadelphia in 90s show. Okay. I'll probably watch it. I like the guy who played, I actually like the parents, Red and Kitty. Oh, Megaleech. Cool. I will not taste the absinthe until you're caught up. All right. Fair cool. Because it was actually Megaleech who suggested the absinthe to me. So he'll probably watch on double speed or triple speed or something. I don't know. I'll drink water. It's good for me. Whew. So yes. Weeping Jesus. So I'm just going to look if I can find out details about Weeping Jesus, like who created it. Created in 2002 by Andy Jones at AIDzee in London. It's obviously a novelty drink. This is not... Okay, I'm going to go on the record now. This is probably not going to be a fantastic drink. Their default recipe is 1 ounce of absinthe, 1 ounce of peach schnapps, 1 ounce of grenadine, and then you top that with lemonade. I'm going to use a soda. It's like a novelty drink, not a good drink. We shall see. Oh, you are caught up. Yes. Sorry, you were watching at 2.5 speed. And now I'm talking really slow because you caught up. Oh, sorry, Tommy. The guy from Always Sunny was in the 80s show. Okay. Fair enough. I still might drink a bit more water before I go for the absinthe. It's at 9:30. I'm going fairly well. All right. Get a bit more water. All right. So where they say shake it like a Polaroid picture. I feel like, oh no, I guess this is kind of, oh no, it's just a fucking abomination. All right. Safa, you bought last frozen Mars bar on your parents. Oh well, I don't mind those. I don't know if you mean an actual Mars bar that you froze or the Mars bar ice creams they have in the supermarket. I like both. I actually got these Maxi Bonds, the waffle flavor, half price at Woolworths this week. Just throwing it out there. A not sponsored shout out to just a dessert confection I like. I like Maxi Bonds generally, actually. But the newest variation is this waffle thing, and I like it. All right, so also when I do the absinthe tasting, I am going to shoot a video, and it'll be slightly longer than short. It's not intended to be a short. So I will set my shit up and talk, and so you get to see me being weird and talking to a camera for a while. But I gotta taste it. Actually, I'll get it down because it's just up here. Okay. I'm just mildly Tim Smithed at the moment. Pacing myself with water. I think if I drink this, I'll be fucking super Tim Smithed. Oh wow, Tommy, that's the old school sugar cube and lighting it on fire. There's a whole thing where you can do a whole ritual with absinthe. So it actually hasn't changed in appearance this much. It kind of looked like that as soon as I put it in. So I will eat a bit of the peach to see what it tastes like, and then I will just taste the absinthe, and based on what the absinthe tastes like, that will either be it, or if I think it's acceptable or really good, I will make the Weeping Jesus cocktail with it. Yes, you said that, Safa. The pub made you a really strong mojito. Got you mildly Tim Smith. Well, again, if they're making you a proper mojito, there's going to be at least 2 shots of rum in it. So depending how fast you drink it and how strong they made it, it would get you onto the Tim Smith spectrum. Yeah, Tommy, the absinthe tastes like black licorice. Black licorice. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, yesterday was quite mild. It was a bit warmer today. Tomorrow going to be hot as fuck. But then it's going to be mild for the following week. My favorite sort of weather. So, yeah, you can do. So, we'll see. Yeah, so the base, Tommy, with the base of absinthe is anise, which is also the base of licorice. That's why you get that licorice flavor. They got the same base. Same as it's like ouzo in Greece is an anise-based liqueur, and there's a few other parts of the world that have local spirits that are anise-based. Also, if we were just talking about it, that 90s show. Do you like it? I'm probably going to at least give it a go. What did we start watching? There's a series on Prime called The Rig. So it's on an oil drilling rig in Scotland where some weird supernatural shit's happening. So there's that. So yeah, that's off to an interesting start. It's like whole bunch of weird shit. What's happening? Weird shit. That's what's happening. So we'll be trying that out. Then I might try Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone after that. Or something else, you know. Watching Last of Us, but there's only 1 episode a week of that. Pretty fucking good, though. There's only 2 episodes in. I did see what I thought was a very funny post on social media. Someone saying, yes, the Last of Us TV show seems like a faithful adaptation of the video game, apart from your protagonist doesn't get killed 10 times the first time you run into one of the clickers. Fun joke. Do I have to explain it? Like an autopsy. Cut it apart. I like that. Safi, your friends binged 70s show 8 years ago. I didn't watch all of that 70s show, but I know I quite liked it. It's a lot of fun stuff. Just like teenagers getting stoned in the cellar and the conservative parents and whatnot. It was fun. And the guy playing the dad, Red, he's very funny. I always remember him in RoboCop, where he was the bad guy, and he was like an evil, psychotic bad guy. He's a real fucking good bad guy, like homicidally murderous bad guy. So like you think like the character Red in that 70s show is a hard ass. His character in RoboCop is just fucking balls to the wall, scary bad guy. Oh, and that's fair. If you want to wait till the whole series comes out, I can't hold myself back, basically. Also, because I worry about spoilers. only 2 episodes in. It's good. And they do actually, so far, they fairly faithfully adhere to the game. So it'll be interesting to see where it goes. So Tommy, you did a quiz on which 70 shows character you were Red Foreman. Nice. I bet I'd get Red Foreman as well. I'm gonna stick a foot up your ass. Okay, maybe I've drunk enough water now. I can try absinthe. So the first thing I want to do is a talkie talk, and based on what it tastes like, then I'm maybe going to make a cocktail with it. Yes, Alpha, we've actually got a remastered version of The Last of Us. I haven't played it. Mrs. Angry does way more gaming than me. She's played the remastered version of The Last of Us. So we're watching The Last of Us together. Right, I was going to start making a video, and then they just started talking really loudly in the next room. And see, Tommy, it's not actually a green fairy with me; it's a blue fairy, because I get this Spanish absinthe, and they make it in different strengths, and they color code it according to strength. Their green absinthe is 70% alcohol. Then they make a red one that's 75%. I've got the blue, which is 80%, and they make a black absinthe that's 85% alcohol. Yeah, Safra, it's a rental house. I can't be putting a bunch of sound dampening in here. I appreciate the suggestion, though. Right, so how can I get... I think I just need a spoon. A spoon to get one of these. I expect the fruit to taste terrible because my previous experience with putting fruit in spirits, the fruit absorbs the nastiness out of the spirit, and the spirit absorbs the niceness from the fruit. My skewers are too... I'd have to put it in a different receptacle because the skewers are too small. I think I'll just use a spoon. I'll just use a spoon to get one out. A spoon would be way less hassle. Hey, bum fungus. Dude, you're just here. I'm in time. I'm going to try peaches and absinthe at Megaleech's suggestion. I'm essentially doing a TikTok challenge because the guy who did this is big on TikTok. He's pretty big on YouTube too, actually, but he's bigger on TikTok. I'm going to taste it nowish. I just have to set up. In fact, that's all set up. So a kebab skewer. I was about to say, I don't have a kebab. I do. I do actually have long skewers somewhere. All right. I'll see if I can. I've got actual kebab skewers in the drawer here. I'll see if I can find one. Although, again, I may be making my life too difficult. Let's see. Was in the drawer with all the knives. And I just have to be careful. Here, I found it. Found the skewer. Although, what's the bet? It proves too difficult to get off with a skewer. Oh, nice. Like a Resident Evil virus file. No, I got it. No, you're right. Okay. So Dr. Abigail is saying you could hang temporary sound dampening panels on picture hooks. Hide the panels up, paintings. Make a substantial difference with 2 or 3 panels. Maybe. I'll just soldier on. And I tend to cover background noise by putting a music track on the video as well when I do it. All right, I'll just set up. It's all kind of set up anyway. Do this 4K. turn that on. Image quality. Larger than life and twice as ugly. What was that? That was the goose in Mad Max, the original Mad Max. Steve Bisley's character, the goose, announcing himself, "Here I am, larger than life and twice as ugly." All right, there we go. You know what? I'm actually going to make a little request that they talk less loudly for a minute or two, because I'm only going to... I was just going to make a request to talk a bit more quietly for just a couple of minutes. I'm just going to shoot my absent video. I need a couple of minutes, and I thank you very much for indulging me, and I'll tell you when I'm finished. All right. Everyone has graciously decided to accommodate my fuckery. Yeah, very nice. Okay, so... Except some people don't know how loud their voice is. Okay. So that's ready. I'll take the lid off this. And... All right. Okay. Okay, so I'll set this on here. Go and get your shiz together. Okay. Here we are, a week later. I did get the comment, this looks like the virus vial in Resident Evil, and I tend to agree. First, I'll try and spear a bit of the peach to taste it. I suspect this is going to work against me, and I should just get a spoon. I'm going to taste a bit of the peach that's been soaking in absinthe. And I'm going to use a spoon to get some out because I would just be making my life difficult if I tried to skewer one. And I'm not a fool, so I won't do that. Okay, tasting the peach. Now, my advanced thought is this is probably not going to taste good because I've put fruit in spirits before. And what tends to happen is the fruit absorbs a bunch of nastiness from the spirit. Doesn't taste good. Spirit absorbs niceness from the fruit, but we'll see. That's not great. Oh, that is not, oh my God. That just comes at you and comes at you with the licorice of the absinthe. Oh, I'm going to have to rinse my mouth out with water. Oh, that is pretty intense. That's not good. I think I said not twice, so you might think I'm saying not good means good. No, it's ungood. Double plus ungood. Need to rinse my mouth. Okay. Hopefully, that cleanses my palate a little bit. Moist. Got a little shot glass. All right. Definitely not a fan of the peaches, but of the absinthe. What is that actually like? It didn't change the color as much as I thought it would have. Let's have a little taste. That is quite pleasant. I swear the peaches have absorbed the harsh licorice, and the absinthe is much milder. It's magic. I guess I should try and make a drink out of it now, a cocktail, as it were. Okay, it's not the best thing I've ever tasted, but it's actually not bad. So, I'm gonna get myself sorted out. Where is? I'll pour this into a little bottle. What out of 10? That's about an 8 out of 10. Like this absinthe, this is 80% ABV absinthe. No way would I just sip it normally. It is now sippable. And my suspicion that the peaches would absorb the nastiness of the absinthe proved to be correct. All right. So this has got a built-in strainer. So I'll strain the absinthe out. I'm gonna crush these peach bits later to get more flavor out of them. But actually, a side by side, color-wise, look at this. It's a lighter color. It's a much lighter color. Before I make a drink, a side by side on the color, really noticeably different. Very bright blue, the original absinthe, and it's sort of turquoise. Quick side by side of the color, very big change. The original absinthe, very bright blue, with the peaches, sort of almost a turquoise to greenish color. Still looks pretty good though. And now I'm going to make a cocktail. Again, it only looshed a tiny bit, not as much as I thought it would. Right, this can go down here. So, okay, I am going to make this the Weeping Jesus with 2 ounces of this because I think I can take it. Basically. All right, we'll move these things around. Oh, God, is that still running? I left everything still running. Okay, stop that. All right. Let's bring this around here. And we'll do this. And we'll bring the light around. That's like seriously might be writing myself off here, but bring that around. My shaker is in the dishwasher, actually. Where are we? All right. Put that there. All right. Walking around, doing some stuff. Move that. Moving that. Oof. Move some things around. Okay. Well, let's get this. Oh, I need my homemade grenadine. There it is. Nice red color. This, actually, green and red. I have no idea what color this is. Oh, and I want some soda. I think I'll do the not blood orange and sage, just blood orange. I'm sure I had some of the blood orange. That's it. I'm going to do this soda. All right. Got everything we want. Okay. Oh, all right. Just realized. Hey, stream, let's watch what I'm doing. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. Well, let's get this happening. We want to do our high speed format. All right. We're going to do high speed mode. That's looking good to me. All right. So I need to rinse this. This is a very potent drink. All right, let's go. This is splash. And 1 ounce. Oh man, that's stuck because it's sugar. All right. Let's stop her out. 1 ounce of grenadine, which is a ridiculous amount of sweetener. All right. It's actually that. Now I need to get some ice. Ice, baby. All right, so headphone wearers, beware. I am about to shake this. Consider that your 5-second warning. And here we go. Ooh, it's an odd color, but it's going to get soda as well, which will lighten it up a bit. All right, so camera, what are we doing now? Gonna go high speed mode. Put that there, it's a Jody. Okay, let's try it. It's kind of purple. Might be okay color-wise when it gets some soda in it. Honestly, it's not great. Looks a bit like mud, honestly. But we'll shoot a little bit of video where I taste it now. Okay. Yes, the warning was real for anyone who was wearing headphones. It might have been a bit harsh. Do 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 do. All right, let me quickly do this. Menu initialize. Okay. 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 Oh, shit. Do this again. How's this? Yep, that's... Actually, wants to point down a little bit. Yep, that's about right. Where's my actual drink? Forget where I put it. I'm going to mix it to make sure the flavours are mixed. Oh, I'm going to put the sound recorder on. Come on, let's go, let's go. Just a minute. Here we go. This cocktail is modelled on a recipe I found called the Weeping Jesus that called for 1 ounce of absinthe and 1 ounce of peach schnapps. So for my purposes here, I'm just going to do 2 ounces of my peach absinthe, then 1 ounce of grenadine, and we're doing that over ice, and then we're just going to pour some soda, or you might prefer lemonade over the top of that to fill the glass. That's honestly not a great colour. It might look better if you had a green absinthe as opposed to my blue. It's kind of purplish crimson and also kind of looks muddy. But the big question is, what does it taste like? Wow, that is actually really quite tasty. There's a really light licorice note comes in on there. Like the peach have like thrown themselves on the landmine that is the licorice flavour of the absinthe. So there's just a really subtle amount coming through. I was really concerned about the whole 1 ounce of grenadine. That seemed like too much, but with the soda, it's fine. This is actually pretty good. I would not rave about peach absinthe to the degree that the dude on TikTok did, but it's not bad at all. And this I like. So that's my TikTok challenge, I guess. Am I down with the kids now? If not, I'm just going to down this, which is probably just horrifyingly potent. And this will be the last thing I remember for the evening. Cheers. All right. We are done. I'm going to switch a few things off. And all right, do that, do this, do this. Thank you for indulging me. I'm done now. It's actually pretty yummy. Okay, donezo. As I say, I'm definitely going to crush these to get a bit more beverage. Oh, God. Help! Help! I'm trapped at the bottom of the screen. I can't get up. I've got to lift myself up. Okay. And do that. How's that? That's a bit better. All right. I'm going to put the orange peel in to absorb some flavor. There we go. And my cherries. Donezo! Oh, good Lord. Okay, so basically, the peach absinthe is pretty good. The peaches, it's essentially exactly what I suspected would happen. The peaches absorbed the nastiness of the absinthe, and the absinthe absorbed the niceness from the peaches. I might even do the juicing thing Now, I'll show you what I mean, and I'm going to juice them. Get the little device. Drink out of 10. I'll give me a sec, and I'll have to try it again. Lid on that. Pour a bit more in there. Oof, there's quite a bit in there. Just topping up my drink. This, that, the other. Okay. So, get this and my fruit squisher. Okay. I have a plan. So Megalich 20. Oh, and I'm also going to turn this light out. I don't need it anymore. I think the lighting's a bit better when that's not on. All right. Megalich wants me to give this a score out of 10. I mean, it's whoa. It's kind of like nicer the more you have of it. It's like a solid 7.5, bordering on an 8, actually. I might even like it more as it goes along. So, cow-hugging vegan, you volunteered at an op, last unemployed. If you're going to be forced to work for the dolls, going to be in your own terms. Okay. Cool. Again, work for the doll is class warfare. It's fucking evil. All right. I'm going to do this. Okay, yeah, no, there's a little bits of peaches in there that I want to get out. I'm going to rinse this out. I got another plan. This time it won't work. Okay. All right. Got my filter funnel. Got my strainer. So, first we're going to strain this. God, these peach pieces are a really gross color. Really weird greeny sort of color. Now, see, the thing is, I got this thing that crushes fruit. Way to extract juice. Get the maximum benefit. Because my absinthe is quite expensive, so I don't want to lose any of it. So if you're saying Melbourne has a moderate air quality tonight, 66, to me, that sounds like Dragon Ball them saying, it's over 9,000. I don't have a frame of reference. I don't know what that means. Oh my God, I just made such a mess. Okay. Let me try something else. I need a cloth. I'm making such a mess here. Little bits of peach everywhere. Come on, let's get this shit together. Yep, now I dropped a bit on the floor. That's not good. All right, what the fuck? Put that there. And put that there. We'll squish it a little bit more. God, I'm making such a mess. I'm making such a mess there. All right. Fuck it. That's enough. I need a cloth to clean up this mess. I'm not eating any of that peach because it's actually quite gross. Like, really don't like it. Oh, clean up this mess I made here. Ugh. Well, there we go. So I've still got a little. Oh man, it's actually quite nice. I still have a little bit. Wait, where was the stopper? I had the stopper for this. Ugh. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? I had a fucking stopper for this bottle. What did I do with it? Ugh. You know what? Fuck it. I'll find it eventually. Oh, it's here. I knew I'd find it eventually. Right. So that's actually pretty good. I'll make something else with it. This is not bad at all. Yeah, that's pretty fucking good, honestly. The pickled peaches, I don't know. It's a particular taste, I think. Like my big eye opener was I recently made this spiced apple brown sugar syrup, which is just fucking incredible. It's really good. You cover apples in brown sugar, and over a day or so, the apples will liquefy the sugar, and then you toast some cooking spices, like whatever you have. I use like nutmeg, cinnamon, star anise, cloves, whatever you have. Toast them so all the flavors come out, and then add the apple and syrup to that, and just simmer that for a while, so all those flavors permeate the syrup, and then strain the syrup out, and it's just a fucking killer syrup at that point. But also, the apple slices taste absolutely fantastic in that. But I also did a thing where I made a liqueur. I did it once with rum and once with whiskey. In both cases, the end product was fucking incredible. It was like 3/4 spirit, 1/4 this sugar syrup. And so I put it, apples and all, in with spirit and let it just sort of, stew and macerate for a week or so, then strained it out and made just a fucking incredible liqueur. Then I tried the apples after that, and they tasted fucking horrible. It's like the apples absorbed all the nastiness from the spirit. That's why I thought the peaches in this case would be nasty, and they were. Tommy, yes, my absinthe has wormwood. And if you're about to say, is that the stuff that makes you go crazy? Like, no. All the stories you've heard about absinthe making people go crazy and hallucinate, but not true. Not true. They were just based on a very weird early 20th century moral panic, which weirdly made absinthe illegal in most of the world for most of the 20th century, until someone finally challenged it, like in the 90s, and the authorities just went, yeah, maybe the ban was based on superstition rather than reality. The most dangerous part of absinthe is the alcohol content, which is often 70%, is usually over 50%. Like I said, mine is 80%. Man, this is actually... Okay, this Weeping Jesus is actually quite good. This is quite good. Also, get you fucking hammered, I guess. No, this is actually really good. This is really good. Yum. It's actually like I like the licorice flavor in absinthe, and that's just kind of really toned it down and made it much more manageable. It's actually quite nice. And it's even like I was worried there was too much grenadine in it, but balancing off the absinthe and the fact that there's got added soda in it, it's not too sweet. It is a little bit sweet. Yeah, like, I wouldn't make this with lemonade. The recipe I said use 7-Up. I wouldn't do that. I think that would be too sweet. Like I just used a very lightly flavored soda water, and it's really fucking good. It's not too sweet. I think with lemonade, 7-Up, whatevs, I think that would be too sweet. As it is, it's quite yummy. It's quite yummy. So I've got this. So I'm probably gonna try some over, and not tonight. Absolutely not tonight. But over the coming week, I might try this in some other cocktails that traditionally call for absinthe. Like I'm actually thinking a Sazerac, one of my favorite cocktails, use this as the absinthe rinse and the sweetener. Maybe do a split between whiskey and cognac. And this would actually probably be very nice. So hell, I may make more of that. I regard that as a success. So no, that is actually really good. So I might make some more of that. So Jude, you once felt possessed to put a bit of black pepper in hot chocolate. Your brain screamed at you with every sip. Well, I think that varies. I think some people actually like putting a bit of pepper in hot chocolate. Big Leach. Yeah, cool. Better quality peaches. Well, the whole thing is it's meant to be peaches and syrup. I don't know that. What's better quality? I still have some little thing of, but like it's pretty yummy. Like I don't know that the peaches are going to make that much difference. Ooh, yeah, actually, I think you're right, Jude. Cayenne in hot chocolate. I think some people really like cayenne in hot chocolate. Not me, but some people do. No, okay, this is actually quite good. It is solidifying into an 8. It's really quite yummy. Okay. It's also a really interesting color, kind of gone purple because of the blue and the red going together. Oh. But, I mean, I would definitely call that a successful experiment. It absolutely produced a good result. Very, very interesting. Look, good question, Kirsten. The guy who I was copying did it with peaches and syrup. So I'm guessing peaches in juice, which is actually easier to get in Australia. It's more common for the peaches to be in juice rather than syrup. Peaches in juice might have like a lighter, cleaner taste. I don't know. That's actually, honestly, Kirsten, I think you're probably right. That's probably what I would do next as an experiment. Peach slices in juice. That should be a word, Megaleech. Absinthe-lutely. Oh gosh, I'm slowly sipping my way through that. Even though it's like super diluted with soda and whatnot, it was. And even okay, so I'm trying to guess. So the absinthe was diluted by the syrup in the peaches, but it's probably at least still 40% alcohol. I don't know. The syrup may have diluted it by half. I'm not sure if it diluted it that much. So diluted it by somewhere between a quarter and half. So this is somewhere between 40 and 60% alcohol instead of 80% alcohol. But then I did put a lot of soda in here, but still. Oh, okay. No, that is a fucking winner. The bleeding Jesus is a winner. Weeping Jesus. Sorry, I just re-looked it up. I was calling it a bleeding Jesus. It's a weeping Jesus. All right, I got to edit that this weekend, I guess. All right. Just looking at what else. Actually, there's no more to-dos on my Trello board. I have a plan to talk about my freezer martini. And that's as much the idea of doing the dilution instead of plain water, using like coconut water as the dilution agent. I was like, the freezer martini. I am. Am I fully Tim Smithed at the moment? I am more than half Tim Smithed. What is it? It's just after 10. And I feel like I'm still holding it together. Sipping away on this one. Oh my God, that's really yummy. I think tomorrow I will make a Sazerac with this. I just look up, I don't know, some popular absinthe cocktails. Usually it's just like a little bit of absinthe in a cocktail. Safa, were you doing catch up? You're caught up now. Good job, my man. Trying to save all the bits of my expensive absinthe. Just those few little drops. How expensive? My bottle of absinthe cost about $100. It's an indulgence because it lasts for fucking ever, because I hardly use any of it because it's so strong. On one level, I kind of wished like I kept up the spreadsheet where I tracked when I bought bottles and when I emptied them. But I did it for about a year, and it just reinforced in my mind, like, no, you're not drinking it quickly. It takes you between 6 and 12 months to empty a bottle of something because you just lose little bits all the time. So it's cool. Oh, Safi, you were talking about my to-do list. Nice. Oh, Tommy, I fucking love my freezer martini. Oh, yes, Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. Yes. That's the other thing. I wish I had kept a record with my freezer martini, because I don't even know how long I've kept my infinity martini going. I think it's 2 years. I know I emptied it once and then I started afresh. But it's probably, I don't know, it's probably got dozens of different gins in it. I don't even know how many different gins, but we're at least half a dozen different vermouths in it. Lots of different gins in it, though. It is its own thing. I was going to. You can probably wait till tomorrow. Maybe, because I've still got a bit of this. So I'm really thinking, like, if I was incautious at the moment, that would be the sudden end to the live stream when I went, oh, I can't maintain consciousness, so I'm going to go away now. As it is, I'm fine and reasonably cogent, not completely by any stretch of the imagination, but kind of holding it together. So do my standard thing, like what's happening in the news? What's happening in the news? Anything interesting? Let's see. Headlines. Ooh, Liberal Senator Linda Reynolds sues Brittany Higgins' fiance for defamation over tweets. That seems fraught with danger to me, but what the fuck? Oh God, nastiness in Israel. Oh yes, the lost radioactive capsule in West Australia. Wah, wah. And yes, Justin Roiland being dropped from shows, not just because of domestic violence charges, but it turns out there is receipts for him having been super creepy to teenage girls over the years. Very fucked up. So we'll wait and see how that develops, I guess. Okay. Gee, you'll be surprised. There's a lot of negativity in the news. They fucking love negative fucking stories. Chilling photos, videos, horrible thing that happened. Blah, 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 blah. I am not a huge fan of the sex scandal rocks AFL. Oh, God. I love that as a headline. Damp sheets and poo in the corner. Yours for $550 a night. God damn. So, yeah, looking at the news headlines just validates the world's fucked. Strictly Sega, I'm not sure what you're saying there. Perth had it out last night? Well, see, Safa, I think the media are addicted to stoking fear and paranoia and outrage. Sorry, another funny headline. Got gastro? Here's why eating bananas helps, but drinking flat lemonade might not. I've never heard of flat lemonade for gastro. I've heard it for just being a little bit sick. In fact, an ex-girlfriend of mine, we used to call it sick lemonade. I was just like, I feel fucked. I can't hold anything down. Just give me flat lemonade. Oh, a real fun one. Influencers getting reported to Consumer Affairs for not being transparent when they were paid to endorse products, which breaches advertising standards. I feel like I feel like a lot of people who didn't like certain influencers really enjoyed reporting them to the ACCC. It's like, fucking hell. That's a wild time there. And yes, Safa, absolutely, dude. Don't watch a lot of news. It will fuck up your mental health. Okay. Sorry, Strictly Sega trying to tell me something in the Discord. Miami Ice. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you're talking about the Australia Day VODs. I did hear something about that in Perth. Yeah. Okay. Oh, when you sent me the home video channel. Okay, I'll watch that another time. Thank you for those links. Gonna make me sing Ice Ice Baby. Dun 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 dun. Tommy, yeah, look, I thought it was interesting people cut ties with him. I thought, but the domestic violence thing is still open for a hearing. No, what is apparently beyond doubt that the receipts have been provided. He has repeatedly been very creepy with teenagers in DMs. And I think that's why the various shows cut ties with him. Because the whole thing here with the domestic violence shows, look, I don't like to make judgments prior to hearings and all that sort of thing. But yeah, when all these people cut ties with him, I thought, it can't be because there's just charges. They wouldn't do that until that was resolved. And it's come out in subsequent days. There's all these DMs of him being super fucking creepy to teenagers, and not just once or twice. So the dirt's coming out. Okay, what else is happening in the news? Okay, this is weird. Jamie Jury buys Stonefields for them. An extraordinary private garden. Paul Bengay's Stonefields for more than 11 million. Plan to turn the private home 85 kilometres northeast Melbourne into a luxury accommodation venture. 16 hectares in Denver between Kyneton and Daylesford. Stunning gardens being described by renowned landscape designer Bangay as life's greatest work. Oh, there you go. Okay, as someone who likes having decadent weekends away, that actually sounds vaguely interesting. Jamie Drury's going to turn this big garden into a tourist destination. This is the sort of thing I might actually go to because I'm bougie as fuck. Security flaws in Apple devices. Dang. Okay. What else is there? Seems to be looking at news headlines. Chinese president saying relations with Australia are getting better. Yeah, the LNP were pretty fucking weird about it. Former Jackie Lambie staffers ordered to pay almost $100,000 after losing unfair dismissal case. Dun dun dun. That's a bit wild. Sorry, just saw a funny thing. Look at these random headlines. And one is, my bad trip. I assume this person's taking hallucinogens. I took a voyage of self-discovery, but the self I discovered was a total buzzkill. I mean, honestly, I find that quite humorous, which probably says something about how fucked my sense of humor is. Someone going on a journey of self-discovery to discover their self kind of sucks. I feel like I need to actually see this article now to see what this person did. All right. I know it was a physical journey. Well, that's very boring. 2 days before I left in June, then my boyfriend dumped me. The self I discovered was a total buzzkill. She's 21. Mostly travel. So who wrote this? Lisa Favazzo. See, I was really disappointed because I thought they actually meant hallucinogens, but they actually meant a physical trip. Traveled alone, excited to get to know myself. Disappointingly, I found a person who would cry in a 14-bedroom dorm, set off by a text from my ex about cheese and crackers. Person who would go clubbing in Mykonos with a bad cough to avoid being alone and would unload my emotional baggage to anyone who would listen. I got bed bugs, pneumonia, and fleas. Okay. Funny, but ultimately boring. It would have been more interesting if they had taken ayahuasca to go on a journey of self-discovery and found out their inner self sucked, but it was actually a physical journey, which, yeah, again, boring but funny. Jude, you saw news about folk taking backyard chickens. Actually, I believe it does. There is obviously an initial cost with coops, but having livestock is a long-term benefit. And if you're smart about what you feed them, even more so. All right. Yum. Okay, God, that is actually good. Okay, for reals, I'm probably going to do more of this. I might even get a cheaper absinthe, although I might not. I don't know. Not everyone is zoned for livestock. That's true. You can upset your neighbors in some suburbs if you have chickens because they can be fucking noisy. Yeah. Okay, that was actually pretty yummy. And as tempting as it is to have another drink, I kind of feel like that would fuck me up, and I probably shouldn't do that. We'll see how long I last. All right, is there anything else fun in these news headlines? Some weird things about how fucked British politics is. Oh, yes, but people are worried about Japanese encephalitis, which you should be worried about. But by the same token, we're hundreds of people are dying every week from COVID, and we're not getting very good messaging on that. Ooh, Guy Sebastian's neighbor charged over alleged death threats. 6-year feud with neighbor erupts. Dun dun dun. World first trial to examine whether cannabidiol, so some cannabis extract, could make chronic pain sufferers more comfortable. I found the secret to happiness and science agrees. Okay. Big question is, do we want to be happy? Do we want to be? Yeah, no, Megaleech, I would really have liked to have shown off the art, but it did not arrive. Honestly, when I get the art, I'll probably stick it on the fridge here. So, and then I'll angle around so it can be on multiple streams. So, Tommy, you're going to go. You should pass out soon. Thanks, dude, for dropping in. Anyway, take care. Streaky Sega, do you think the problem was Guy Sebastian was actually playing his music for 6 years? That would suck. That would definitely suck. Okay, let's see. I don't know if anyone really wants to be happy. 7:30 a.m. swim. Yep. Okay. 10:30 a.m. breakfast of Nutella spoonfuls. Pickleball on the lawn. Yep. Sundown, a packet of chips. Is Paul Simon any good? 5 weeks, both on holiday. You rinse, repeat. Lisa teaches me to stand up and paddleboard. Landscape front garden. Call each other bro. Growing up, everyone had a great mate next door. Except for my back fat and nodding off by 9 p.m. I felt like a kid again. According to science, I'm on the road to happiness. Ask anyone what they want in life for their children. Most put happiness. While we crave contentment, we're not always flash at finding it. So what are they saying? The solution to being happy is having a friend? One thing had more effect on physical and mental health and longevity than anything else. Good relationships keep us happier and healthier, period. Yeah, I think there's been a few studies that said that having friendships and community relationships is really good for your physical and mental health. Shit about real estate. Why do cats and dogs get the zoomies? Oh, yeah. FTX, which was obviously a scam. Weird stuff like ads for Aldi masquerading as news stories. How to fight inflation. Yes, okay. God, Simpsons is being renewed for... The Simpsons renewed through to 2025 will pass the 800 episode mark. Jesus fuck. That's incredible. Wowzers. That's pretty amazing. They keep making all that money from The Simpsons. Hey, Micro. Oh, Jesus, dude. Okay. Oh, we're doing party night up for visitors. Sorry. Yes. Where's... Okay, well, I'm still sober enough to remember how to do this. That's the link. That's the link. So, Micro, without getting into it... Oh, no. Losing your job's not good. Yeah, it's the thing. When you're younger, everyone says it's easier to make friends when you're younger. Oh, I hope you get some at least small alleviation out of occasional joining the stream. Oh, yeah, like The Simpsons has had no sort of serious cultural cachet for more than 20 years. I'm frankly impressed they keep making money from it. Good luck to him. I don't. Hello, Dr. Abigail.
Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, okay. I'm on the arse end of a migraine, and it's just petering out. I didn't need to take my meds today. It wasn't that bad, but I can still feel the effects of it, and
yeah,
I guess
yes,
like I can feel the air warm up, and just drinking lots of water.
Yeah. Well, we chatted
Even though
earlier.
I did have some gin,
Yeah.
which helped. Yes, and we chatted earlier as well.
And you seem to be on the path of recovery compared to when we talked earlier.
Yeah, I'm out of bed at 1:30 in the afternoon. Yeah, that
Which
that
again
sucked.
sounds kinkier than it actually was. If we're having a
Yeah. No, I was peak chronic fatigue couple of days,
Yeah.
kind of like,
Yeah.
because I moved bedrooms with Will.
Yes, you were saying you were going to
Um,
move. Yes.
well, I'm still boxing things up for the
Yeah.
big move, but
Yeah.
I actually moved bedrooms with Will in the meantime. And so I'm in the he has the master bedroom in my apartment, and I have the smaller bedroom now. For reasons.
Reasons.
So yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm getting a much better sleep in there, which
Oh, good.
is nice. It feels
Good.
much better
Good.
being in that room, in that bedroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Well, that's
he's
cool.
happier. He has a
Yeah.
bigger
Yeah. No,
bedroom.
he feels like king of the world at the moment with a big bedroom. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's actually really happy that I'm much happier as well, because he's a good
Yeah.
kid.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And that's a positive. That's a good positive. Mm.
so yeah, it's quite warm in here. So
Well,
I'm
so
just
hopefully the little portable aircon
oh,
preserved light
tomorrow it's
in
gonna
tomorrow.
yeah. I actually chucked it on the other day, on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Because
There's
that was a
funny
pretty
thing.
warm day.
You can probably find instruction manuals for it online, but there is a funny thing on the front because it does sort of moisture displacement. There's a little thing on the back that occasionally you take the plug out and drain
Oh
the
yeah,
water out of it.
I figured that out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Um, uh, um, I am aware of what those plugs were before I
Yeah.
even got it.
Yeah.
But you can always tell when it needs draining when it actually starts spitting water out the front, because the
Because that
reservoir is
whole
full.
blowing
Yeah.
hot air out and it involves condensation, and the condensation
Yep.
gets to a point and it's like, oh, I should drain it because it's full of water from doing this condensation thing.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
micro USB. I have two childs. My youngest is 17, and in like 3.5 months, 4 months, he will be 18.
Yeah, it happens.
I'm old.
Well, mine are in their 20s, so it's just like
Yo, what the fuck? Yeah.
yeah. I know. Sorry, I love this from Kirsten. Husband spent 30 minutes trying to catch a spider and put it outside. You're living in the country. That's a thing that's going to happen a lot.
Yeah.
The funniest thing I had was years ago when my offspring were littlies, like pre-teens, visiting Dubbo and like staying at my mum's place. And in the room they were in, which was like a converted garage, there was this huge fucking spider on the wall that freaked them out. And it kind of looked like a huntsman, but it had a really fat abdomen, which huntsmen don't usually have. So I don't actually know what it was, but it was, I don't know, a really well-fed huntsman or something. I don't know. But they were all freaked out. And I said, okay, I'll get it. And the weirdest thing is there was like an old wardrobe and it was above it. So I couldn't get to it. I couldn't get to it and catch it. That was impossible. So I thought, I have to convince them that I've killed it, basically, which I didn't want to do. And so I thought, what can I do? And there was a straw broom in the house that had really hard bristles. And I thought, okay, I said to them, this is what I can do. This will get, if I do that, it'll like stab it and it'll kill it and whatnot. And they left the room while I did it. And I could tell when I did it just because of the force that came back, I was like, and all I did was dislodge it. And I could just tell from the feel that absolutely did not kill it.
No,
it
it
really
might have
solid.
annoyed it.
Yeah.
It might have.
And-
It might have given it a gentle massage.
Yeah. And but it fell off the bit of wall, which is it went behind the wardrobe and couldn't find it. And so I
Yeah.
did the only sensible thing a parent would do, said to the kids, yes, I killed it. It's gone now.
Yeah.
Because they were not going to sleep if I said, no, I just knocked it off the wall and fuck knows where it is now.
I remember once, this was, I was dating someone for a year, and after we broke up, it was an amicable and still heartbreaking breakup, but
Yeah.
you know how it is.
Oh, yeah.
It was a mutual breakup. It was like a
Yeah.
mutual thing. But like 3 months after we broke up, I get a message, Abigail, I need you. You need to come over. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. And I
Yeah.
rang her, and she's and she's freaking out. She's absolutely freaking out. There's a nest of spiders in my couch. I need you. She is absolutely arachnophobic.
Nest of spiders, Jesus.
I had to go over and deal with this nest of spiders in my ex's couch.
Gosh.
And I get there, and her whole lounge room is just torn apart, except for this one couch.
Oh, God.
And I tip it up, and three spiders crawl out, and that was it. And she freaks the fuck out, and I'm like, oh, she's like, ah, and I'm like, what? Really?
Yeah. Good thing.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Pat. Hey, Pat.
All right.
And that's a very non-malevolent angle you've chosen to have your camera on tonight.
Yeah, my
He just throws his hand. Yeah, right. Just fuck with me, mate. What are you doing?
no, yeah, my Xbox, my
Are you going off your Xbox?
yeah, my this, no,
Yeah.
no work.
Oh, your Xbox died. Oh,
Yeah,
that sucks.
This net died.
Oh, just the controller. Just the controller.
Oh,
Are you
were
gonna
you
have to go out to-
smiling? Were you smiling when it died? That's what I
Yeah.
want to know.
No.
No.
And did
That's
you
right.
did you? So you didn't kill it? Is that
No,
it? You didn't kill
No.
it?
No.
Right.
That's how you
Okay.
can tell because he
No,
wasn't
that's
smiling.
old.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah,
just old. So you're gonna have to go out to the shop and get a new one. All right.
Yeah, my dad that this Monday.
Fair enough.
There's more.
So Micro's obviously not a spider guy. Would have tapped out of the room. Guess you're saying no. That they had to sleep there, so I just pretended. No, the spider's dead. Don't worry. And I just thought, okay, there's a non-zero chance they will see the spider again, and in which my lies will be exposed. But the spider's probably annoyed and won't show itself again, and it didn't. So it's like I did the right thing. Everyone, because it was the weirdest thing in Australia. The big spiders aren't actually particularly dangerous to you. The funnel webs, that's all. But you don't get funnel webs in the country, and this didn't look remotely like a funnel web. But we used to have these spiders, and I used to just call them house spiders because they're in this house, and I realized that's actually the common name for them. They're these black spiders, and I think some people call them mouse spiders, but they go in various sizes. Because I lived in a really old house where I grew up in Dubbo, and there were all these gaps in the woodwork everywhere, and the spiders would just cast their webs in there. And they're these black spiders, and they would vary from being quite small to slightly large, but they were never funnel web size. The biggest ones were about a quarter to a third the size of a funnel web, which is actually still a little bit large and freaky. And me being I don't know if this makes me a weird kid. I think it makes me a weird kid. I would catch flies. I wouldn't kill them. I would catch them alive and throw them into the spider web to watch the spider come out and get them. I think this makes me a weird kid. And
No, I used to do the same thing.
there you go.
It's
So,
fine.
and-
It's fine.
That before.
Circle of life.
most of them were just these relatively small spiders, and the spider would actually come out quite slowly and cautiously to get thing, and I'd be fascinated by it. And there's one, it was this gap between the back door, and it was, I don't know, it was very dark. There was like a web, and they weren't funnel webs, but the web did actually form a funnel that they lived down. I think that's actually a reasonably common thing for spiders. And I hadn't seen this spider. It was a pretty big web, and I caught a fly and I threw it in, and the fly is stuck in the web going bzz, 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 bzz. And what would normally happen around the house? Relatively small spiders, or even maybe medium-sized spiders, would come out relatively slowly, and I would watch them and be fascinated. What happened this time? A spider that was in excess of twice as big as any other spider I'd seen in the house shot out like a fucking bullet and grabbed this. And I was not that far away from the web, and I was watching, and what felt like a huge spider, which was probably only about this big, shot out really fast and grabbed the fly. I fair near shit myself. I was just like,
It was probably a hunting spider, because there are spiders that don't they still have webs, but they mainly use it to they don't use their webs to hunt with. They use it for construction, to build their lair with. They hunt by using actual hunting techniques and catching with their like teeth and stuff, like tarantulas
trapdoors are one of
watching-
my favorite spiders. They're phenomenal.
yeah
They're great
so
videos.
yeah watching Will's tarantulas hunt is fascinating, because they essentially wait for the prey to come to them, and once they're in like inside they make this like little cave in the ground
Zone.
and set it up so that it's really nice and secluded, the perfect spot for insects to hide in, and then just like sit and wait, and when an insect comes in to hide from predators, bang, there's a spider, surprise spider. So it's quite fascinating.
My favorite are definitely trapdoors. If you're unfamiliar with them, they live under the ground. They dig a hole and live under there, and they cover the hole with a little, it's like a sewer cover, just a little round thing they make. And so and they feel the vibrations of some bug walking by, and then they shoot out from under the trapdoor just freakishly fast and grab whatever's there. And there are great videos of them on YouTube. I think trapdoor spiders are fucking incredible. Hunter spiders. Hunter spiders are full on. So we're talking about different bugs here. I don't know if we have march flies here. What are they?
We don't have march flies. We have blowflies. They're big.
I've heard, you're not the only one I've heard of putting big or even regular sized flies in a freezer, so they're slightly in hibernation, and then attaching a string to them, and then when they wake up and and it's like a little model airplane on a string going zzz.
Oh, I saw some guy get a bunch of flies in the fridge. And what he did, he glued matches together in the shape of an aeroplane and glued the feet of the flies on the aeroplane. And like had four aeroplane engines, 2 on each wing, and turned these the door. It was if they weren't flies and annoying, it would be cruel.
Oh my god, that's incredible! That's incredible.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh, hi, Bella.
So Judy's talking about palmetto bugs. I've heard that term palmetto bugs. I feel like I've heard that in reference to Florida or something. They're like big fucking bugs. In micro species, isn't palmetto bug just a nice name for flying roach? All roaches can fly. I remember Irish comedian Jim Owen. He first moved to Australia and he was doing comedy in Sydney in the 90s when I was still living in Sydney. And I'd seen him at Harold Park Hotel. He had this really funny routine about roaches. He's saying, in Ireland, we don't have these big fucking cockroaches that you have here. And they freaked me out. And I, got up, I was in the kitchen in the middle of the night, woke up to get a drink of water. And there was this big cockroach. And I went, oh, fuck you. And I've got a thong and I'm going to kill this bastard. And it's running around and it ran into a corner and I go, you're trapped now, you bastard. And he brings the thong back and he's going to crush the cockroach and it flew away. And he was just like, they can fly? What? And it wasn't until he finally cornered it that it flew. And he's just like, what the fuck is that? If I could fly, it wouldn't be a last resort. I'd fly everywhere. Flying's
They probably
awesome.
use a lot of energy to fly, especially because like cockroaches have this like massive exoskeleton.
Yeah.
It's not
Yes.
like the birds that are aerodynamic and like flies like have they're not, their exoskeleton is nowhere near as thick, or like cockroaches it probably is a last resort.
Yes, I think yeah, you're right. That's the mundane answer, that it's actually a massive expenditure of energy.
Yeah,
but the way he told the story, and again, any story being told in an Irish accent is automatically funnier as well. And
of course.
But the way he was telling it as a fish out of water, that like cockroaches were terrorizing him because he wasn't used to it. Sorry, what were you saying, Pat?
My sister's dog's birthday today.
Your sister's dog did what?
Birthday.
Oh, it's a birthday. Okay.
Yeah, 2 years old.
2 years old. Your sister's 2 years old, or her dog's 2 years old?
My sister's dog.
Your sister's dog. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
See, Pat's playing it completely straight while I'm taking the piss, which I like.
Mm-hmm.
What sort of dog is it? A little one? Big one?
See here.
Oh, you're going to share a picture? Okay.
Yes, it's here. It's on my.
All right, you're going to find a picture. Oh, sorry. Micro's, of course, joking. In the US, particularly, thong means G-string. An Aussie comic as a child. Dumb American blonde on the beach wearing a flip-flop as a thong. Yes. It's very confusing.
There is an actual difference between a thong and a G-string in the underwear sense, not the footwear sense. Like it's in terms of amount of fabric that covers stuff.
Right.
G-strings have slightly less fabric, slightly less coverage.
All I know is that means the butt's hanging out, and
yeah. But I don't know, like why, like I don't know why we call them thongs, and they're called like flip flops. Cultural differences.
Flip-flop makes noise. That's the noise that flip-flop makes sense.
Yeah.
That's the noise it makes as you walk along. It's flip-flop, flip-flop, flip-flop. Thong. I don't know if it's just because of the shape of it is kind of similar to the shape of a thong or G-string.
Yeah, it could be.
I don't know.
Fabric is a generous term.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's literally just a strip, and sometimes it's a little bit more.
Yeah.
Micro,
I don't know.
like
I thought
smugglers, which is what we call the Speedo things. On the beach, it's often someone you really don't want to see. I
always thought humans were like just one, like, homogeneous monolith of person type. You know, like Alien X is one, like Klingons are just like all the same, and human are all the same. Which to me, anyway. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure you guys out.
common, really shitty tropes in science fiction is that alien races are an homogeneous blob.
Yes.
Star
That was
Trek
the
actually, eventually, by the time you get to the next generation, started to highlight things like having a black Vulcan and
Yeah. They did a really good job with like some Klingons with different interests. Like they had a couple of
Yes.
scientists. They had a Klingon cook, a Klingon chef, and cafe owner.
so they look like staffies or something. Those dogs.
Yep.
They look like dogs.
Dogs.
They have the appearance of dogs. That is true.
Yes.
Them
Yeah,
big,
and
big,
that
big heads.
All right.
And once my sister's dog hip up me.
Butted you.
Yeah, right in my ass.
Very, very enthusiastic dogs by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
That's all right. But it's kind of, well, what was interesting, and I feel like I'm going to set Dr. Abigail off here because I was going to bring up season 1 of Star Trek Disco. I don't think they justified making the Klingons completely and utterly different to the Klingons we'd seen in the previous Star Trek series. I like that they said there are different Klingon races on the Klingon homeworld, but I think they should have had ones that looked exactly like the ones we'd seen. I don't think they really justified that.
Well, no, they didn't. Okay, so I'm going to take off my Klingons, my disco sucks yo hat, and just like treat this as a like. I'm just going to be objective here.
Yeah.
They didn't set it up properly to start with. They didn't give it enough background. They just said, "Here are Klingons," and expect you to fill in the blanks.
Yeah.
They tried to say, "Oh, different houses of the Klingons have different like humans are different phenotypes,
different physical characteristics.
Yeah, like Caucasians, African, Asian, different phenotypes.
Yeah.
They didn't really do a good job of explaining that. Yeah. And it would have been nice if they did. Because that would have been fine.
Yeah.
It would have been a nice change, to be honest.
Yeah. I honestly, I thought, I'm kind of enjoying this one on, but I probably would have been close to 100% on board if one of the houses looked exactly like the Klingons we had seen before. And the fact that none of them looked like the Klingons we'd seen before, I was going, I don't think you've justified that.
Yeah.
It's like you're in an alternate universe now. And if there was that one little tweak, if one of the houses looked exactly like the Klingons we were used to seeing, I would have pretty much been on board with it. Because I liked it, and I thought they did some very interesting stuff. But it's like, dudes, why does no one look like the Klingons we're used to seeing? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I also like, because it's like Disco season 1 and 2, it was pre-Kirk era, right?
Yeah.
So they ignored the setup from Star Trek Enterprise with the experiments into gene editing and the whole retrovirus thing to explain TOS era Klingons, which was really just budgeting issues.
Yes.
Which is why Klingons looked humans.
Yeah.
So they just ignored all that, which I thought was dumb. They could have used that. and had human-looking Klingons and TNG-looking Klingons and disco-looking Klingons and all kinds of different Klingons. They could have really gone with it and brought that into the story and did a whole backstory on it. And the fact that they had no hair really irked me, because Klingons, like the hardy warrior Klingons that we all know and love, they all had glorious hair. And where was that? Where were the glorious warrior Klingons drinking blood wine and celebrating? They were all they didn't feel like Klingons to me.
I think they made a mistake by not having Klingons that looked like the ones if they had the ones we were used to seeing plus other houses who looked different, I would have been completely on board with it. But I don't think they justified not having anything that looked like anything we were used to. I don't think they justified that.
And the complete change of the ship architecture and the look and feel of all the ship interiors and exteriors was just too jarring. It was just it just didn't make any sense. They shouldn't have had cloaking devices by then, because they got those by making a deal with the Romulans, who at the time didn't have warp drives. This was a whole TOS era plot device. They entered into an alliance with the Romulans to trade warp drive for cloaking devices. So they shouldn't have even had a cloaking device. Like, there's so much canon breaking stuff in Discovery season 1.
It's virtually the only way you can explain it is it's an alternate universe. But for sure. Yeah. But also, it just reminded me, side thing, the other Star Wars, Andor, without a doubt, the best Star Wars thing that exists.
Andor was amazing,
The bit I loved, they had the shitty-looking tech that harked back to A New Hope, the first Star Wars movie. Which was an interesting thing in Star Trek.
That.
They have kind of gone... The only reason the original series stuff looked shit is because we had no imagination and budget. Now we can do anything, so we're going to do anything, which makes sense. In Andor, they literally, all the computers and all the interfaces were that shit original Star Wars. Really nicely done.
They did that in
interstellar starships, but really shit computer interfaces, which I really liked.
They did that in, there was a 2-parter in Star Trek Enterprise, set in the alternate universe, where a TOS era ship gets pulled into the alternate universe.
Yes.
The USS Defiant, not the Defiant from DS9, but the USS Defiant, the Constitution class. It actually disappears in the original series. And it gets pulled back in time into the alternate universe, and Captain Archer in the alternate universe gets it. And they do the same thing. They use the same they use the same shitty
computer interfaces,
props and computers, but they like with a modern and it looks awesome.
No, I love the Dark Mirror Universe episodes whenever they do them, and the ones from Enterprise rocked. I really enjoyed them. In fact, I wish it had gone on.
And that intro, the
intro of the fascist human empire was fantastic. I loved it. I wished it went on for more than 2 episodes. It was really good. I loved it.
For sure.
I love this. Ray's has had the cops come and they think he knows where there's a notorious assassin, but he's no snitch. He didn't say a damn thing.
Oh, well, that
because look, Pat's got the iPad. I think he's just accepting it.
We got you back.
Look at him. He's just like, no, that's probably not what I'm doing. That's probably not what I'm doing.
Micro wonders what a Vulcan toilet looks like. You got to remember
Dirty,
they
I
use
think.
they use the 3 seashells, of course.
Oh, yes.
It's only logical.
Yeah. My one thought of I was thinking Klingon for a second. What a Klingon toilet looks like. Sturdy would be my view.
Sturdy and rough, like
Yeah. I think they'd just be thunder boxes like we had in the bush that you just dropping. And they probably had prisoners down in the bit where they just shit on them. But
I have to upload a picture. I'll put it on Discord.
Yeah.
Because it actually reminds me of this picture that I found a long time ago.
Yeah.
There it is. I'll put it on Discord.
Yeah, right. So while waiting for that load, the other thing I super loved about Andor, and in fact, generally Star Wars is okay at this. A lot of sci-fi, I think they are shit at showing culture that's any different from ours. And I thought Andor was very good. And they didn't even explain it. It's just like, there are things in this culture that are different to ours, like the guy banging on the big thing, which is like, it's kind of like a Muslim call to prayer type thing, but it was like,
yeah.
And whenever they were in a different location, the fashion was completely different because they were different cultures. And I think
it was just
another thing Andor did really well.
Standout, grounded show. It was just amazing.
It's very good. Like that, when they released those first 3 episodes, and I saw some people complaining nothing happened, and I was like, that was world building. I was enthralled. They were setting that up.
Captivated. Yeah, absolutely.
I was absolutely. And it's fine. If it was too slow paced for some people, that's fine. We're all different. We want different things. But I found that was an incredible bit of world building, those first 3 episodes. And then you had all those little mini arcs through the season, the heist, the prison, and the rebellion, those 3 mini arcs. There was like the world building set up, then the heist, then the prison, then the rebellion. I was fucking great. I really liked it.
Yeah. So I posted this picture.
All right, I'll share it. Where are we?
On general.
Sorry, I just I sorry. I don't want to overhype it. I'm laughing. Where are we? I got to share my screen, and so yeah, there we go. Pooping is logical. Potty training your child the Vulcan way. Oh my god. That's funny.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, no, I like that.
Weird.
It was pretty weird, Pat. I agree. I like it. So Micro was a Star Wars kid. Strictly Sega liked Inner Space more than Star Wars. I've seen
I like
bits
Back
of
to the
that
Future
movie.
or Inner Space. Inner
Yeah.
Space. That was that. Inner Space. That was.
And
oh yes, and Rick. It was.
You
It
saw that one?
wasn't Rick Moranis. It was.
No, but it was a comedian. Oh, have you seen that movie, Pat?
Yeah, it's
I haven't.
weird.
That's like the AI doll. It's kind of
Yeah,
like
about
the
Papa.
girly version of Chucky.
Oh, it's
it looks pretty funny. That movie looks pretty funny.
Oh,
That's
she's not.
weird.
She's not possessed by a demon or anything.
No, she's an AI that takes a few
Papa.
things a bit literally. Like,
Yeah.
it also gave me kind of flashes to the episode of Rick and Morty where Rick leaves Summer in the car and says, "Keep Summer safe."
Yeah.
It takes it a bit too seriously. Oh, that's it. Martin Short. Thank you, Strictly Sega.
Yes.
Yes. Martin Short and Dennis Quaid. I don't think I've sat through that beginning.
I've
seen bits of it.
I loved that movie. I saw it a couple of times back in the day.
Yeah.
I thought it was really good.
And I don't mind Back to the Future. Back to the Future is fun.
I've got the box set trilogy.
Yeah.
I thought
I
it was
kind of
great.
love when the one where, you know, Biff got the almanac and gets really rich and takes over. And some people go, oh, this almost seems like it's referencing Donald Trump. And the filmmakers go, we were explicitly doing Donald Trump, okay? That was not subtle. It was definitely Donald Trump, okay?
Yes.
There's a YouTube series that I watch sometimes, not all the time, called Some More News. A guy called Cody Johnson presents it, and there's also a podcast, Even More News, that he does with like his co-writer Katie Stoll. But they did one where they're talking about Donald Trump, and they just highlighted all these movies from the 80s and 90s that had characters that were incredibly obvious analogs of Donald Trump, and they were evil, maniacal psychopaths. And Cody's doing this stuff like, how did we spend several decades clearly agreeing Donald Trump was the worst person who exists, and then we elected him president? What? For a couple of decades, we agreed he was the worst person.
Yep.
Oof.
The message didn't get through, obviously.
Oh, Strictly Sega liked all the computers. Electric Dreams is fucking
was good.
hilarious. The guy trying to program
Yep.
an AI.
Oh, yeah. And he spills champagne
on the circuit board.
on the keyboard. On
Oh,
just the
it's so
keyboard.
good. It's like,
Yeah.
that's what happened. You spill champagne on your computer and it comes to life. That is definitely what happens.
Yeah.
But Electric Dreams was actually a good movie. It was fun.
Yeah, it was a good, like, was it a comedy or like a rom-com, or was it just like
rom-com? It was a rom-com.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was fun. And Short Circuit was Number 5 is Alive. That was
Johnny Five.
Yeah.
And Short Circuit 2, where he doesn't have the laser. Like, that was the whole fun of it. Like, like, why not have a laser? Like, what's the point?
And then
Wasn't
we got
it,
sorry?
Oh fuck, what was her name? I don't remember.
No.
Actually, I'm thinking of Misfits of Science, the TV show.
Oh, okay.
Remember
whenever
that?
I think of Short Circuit, then I think of Chappie, which is Short Circuit with violence. It's the same movie, but with a lot of violence.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. It is funny to me how much Chappie is just Short Circuit, but with ultra violence. It's
yeah.
And bloody I'm trying to think. Oh God, you can tell. Okay, I'm not that drunk, but I can tell I've had a couple of drinks and I start to forget really obvious names. Hugh Jackman as the evangelical white supremacist guy who had the military robot in that, and he's a complete prick. And he's, you know, our young scientist of Indian descent who's developing Chappie, and Hugh Jackman just wants the heavy duty military robot on the streets, and he's just being this weird fucking evangelical loopy guy, and you can kind of tell like Hugh Jackman's having a bit of fun playing this role.
Yeah.
I do love the final scene where Chappie beats him up and throws him right and finally gets him, and you think Chappie's actually going to kill him, and Chappie just stops and goes, "You're a bad man," and walks away. Like Chappie just slaps him about, throws him through walls, fucks him up, and then it's like, no, Chappie's going to kill him now because this guy's a piece of shit. And Chappie just goes, "You're a bad man," walks away. Like,
I must admit, I only saw the movie once, and I don't quite remember it as well as you do.
I've seen it like half a dozen times. I fucking love Chappie. And here's the one thing, and it's the two Neil Blomkamp films set in South Africa, Chappie and District 9. Last time I watched it, I haven't watched them for a little while, but both times I was looking at them, the aliens and Chappie, and looking at them and going, that does not look like a special effect. That looks like Chappie is there doing that stuff. That looks like the alien is there doing stuff. And so they had someone doing motion capture and whatnot, but the computer-generated Chappie and the computer-generated aliens in District 9 were physically completely different to a human. And I remember watching them going, I'm pretty fucking impressed because I'm immersed in this. I'm not sitting there going, well, that's a special effect. It just seriously looks like Chappie is there. It seriously looks like the alien is there. And also, while I'm on the topic, Neil Blomkamp, why does he keep doing movies that are super obviously set up for a sequel at the end, and then a sequel never happens? I did like Chappie is set up for a sequel. District 9 is set up for a sequel.
Yeah.
Elysium is set up for a sequel, and they never happen. And I don't understand.
I don't think Elysium was really set up for a sequel.
Oh,
I think it
not as
wrapped
much
up
as
pretty
Chappie
well.
in District 9, but,
No. Yeah.
but
District 9 really needed a sequel.
But
like
they
it
were just
really did.
so obviously set up, yeah.
Yeah.
And they were successful. And Hollywood seems desperate for franchises. So these really good films that were commercially successful and are set up for a sequel, why the fuck did a sequel never happen? I'm and it keeps happening with Neil Blomkamp. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yep.
So I don't know. And he was supposed to do an Aliens movie, which then never came to fruition. And there were rumors he was going to do a Marvel movie, and I don't know that ever happened. So I don't even know what he's doing at the moment.
So
I posted another picture for you on Discord that you'll get a kick out of.
All right. Oh my god!
That I just happened to have like on the same folder as the Vulcan pooping.
Okay. So this is
because you've mentioned this before.
Yeah, this is from potentially the worst Star Trek movie. Do you reckon that's the worst?
I like it. No, Star Trek 5.
Which one was Star Trek 5?
That was like the one that Shatner directed, the one where they go into the middle of the galaxy.
Yeah, okay. It's actually a tightly fought contest for the worst Star Trek movie. It's kind of like there's 3 or 4 really good ones. A lot of them are mediocre, and then there's 2 or 3 really bad ones. So last time I saw that on the TV, which was a couple of years ago, and so that was, is it Nemesis? And so
Star Trek Nemesis.
That guy is Picard's nemesis, and I'm watching that going, I fucking know who that is. Who the fuck is that? And I spent half an hour just obsessively staring at the screen going, I know who that is. Who is that? It's fucking Tom Hardy, but it's skinny skinny young Tom Hardy.
It's not that he's like skinny young. It's that he's skinny on copious amounts of drugs.
Oh yeah. And because I'm used to beefy Tom Hardy.
Once he realized that he was like going to die, he went to rehab and got his shit together and beefed up and got his shit together, and then like started getting some successful roles.
Yeah. Because he's a really good actor. There's a
because then he went from that to fucking Bane on Batman,
which is
like,
very funny. It's not his greatest role, but it's a very funny role.
I mean, that requires like total beefcake.
And he is mega beefcake in that. And there's a really there's a really weird art house film he did called Bronson, where he plays a prisoner, this very psychopathically violent British criminal. It's based on a real guy who changed his name to Charles Bronson because he wanted to be a tough guy.
Oh, okay.
And it is a super weird film. But again, he's this big, beefy, and for most of the film, he's in prison. And it's the most threatening when he's not actually hurting someone, but you go like, he is a hair's breadth away from hurting someone. And just the menace is just amazing. But and he, Strictly Sega, he is funny in Venom. He's very funny in Venom, I think.
Yeah, he's actually really good in Venom.
Yeah, he's funny in the 2 Venom films. There's one, I think it's called Locke, Locke. That's his character's name. Basically, the entire movie is him driving a car, and it's like there's a dash cam on his face, and it's just phone calls to people, and it's just him the whole time. It's that's a pretty intense bit of Tom Hardy acting.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. And then he's quite good in the Peaky Blinders TV series as well, where he's playing like a Jewish crime boss in the East End of London.
Okay.
I
have been. Oh, sorry, I completely cut you off there. I'm
no,
so
go
sorry.
for it. No, I was just saying.
I've been painting wheat fields for my Catan.
Oh yeah, you mentioned there were more pieces. Yeah,
one of the wheat fields, and there are 6 of these bastards, and like I'm going through various steps of phases of painting, and some of them have like the tiniest details.
Yeah,
and this one, like, I barely even started. But
okay.
this fucking one, like, painting in there is an absolute pain in the butthole. But this one I've actually finished, and I'm gonna like, I haven't done the varnish yet, but I'm gonna take a picture and post it if you want. We just lost Pat. He must have got a call.
No, he froze. I think he got the call where
I'll post a picture because
sometime tonight, the last thing they're going to see is his smile. So,
his smiling face.
Yeah.
I'll post a picture because Will saw it, and like his immediate reaction was, "Oh wow, that's really good." So I'm cool. Like actually encouraged that it is actually good, but we'll see.
Yeah. So sorry. Well, we're still on a Tom Hardy kick. Yes, Strictly Sega, Capone.
Yes.
I basically agree with you. A kind of weird movie, but Hardy was extremely good as Al Capone. Late in life, brain being rotted away by syphilis, Al Capone. Strictly Sega. I am also a Christian Bale fan. Christian Bale has done.
But he's so fucking method. Christian Bale. He's not like Val Kilmer method or who's the other notorious method actor?
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Annoying. He's not an annoying method actor, but he's just too method for his own good.
Right.
Like, you know how annoying method actors can be.
Oh, people who get method wrong need to be put into a wood chipper. Like, one of the worst examples that springs to mind is Jim Carrey when he did Man in the Moon.
Yes, that's who I was thinking of. Yeah.
Seriously, they released like a making of doco just a couple of years ago for a film that was released 15 years ago. And there's a very telling bit. Someone says like, we can't release this because no one will ever like Jim Carrey again if they see this. And they're fucking right, because he's not method acting. He's just being a piece of shit. He is being an absolute piece of shit. It's like, dude, you're meant to be fucking acting. You aren't channeling this guy. You fucking... Oh, yes, Jared Leto. Safa, they're a terrible about Jared Leto.
Jeez. Jared Leto is just an awful person.
And he's got some weird cult. He literally has a cult. He's got some island cult somewhere. He's fucked up.
What, like a cargo cult or something?
No, a sex cult. No, he's got a fucked up cult going on. Jude, Dustin Hoffman is an old school method actor. There is a very funny story, possibly apocryphal, but everyone who loves old Hollywood knows this story. Dustin Hoffman on Marathon Man. Laurence Olivier plays the evil Nazi in that, who captures Dustin Hoffman and tortures him. And William Goldman, who wrote the script for Marathon Man, also wrote a whole bunch of other stuff, including one of my all-time favorite films, The Princess Bride. William Goldman, incredible screenwriter. He tells the story that Hoffman was incredibly insecure around Laurence Olivier, because Hoffman was big noise in Hollywood at that point, but Laurence Olivier was serious actor, and Dustin Hoffman was intimidated and did a bunch of really shitty stuff on set. But there's this story that goes, there's this thing where Laurence Olivier's character has been torturing Dustin Hoffman's story. Like, he's a dentist. He's been drilling holes in his teeth. And if you have a dentist phobia, these scenes are horrific. They're just the worst.
Yeah, okay.
They're nightmarish. And I have dentist phobia, so they're pretty fucked. And so he's meant to look really shit. And so when it comes the day to shoot these, they do the whole thing, and Dustin Hoffman looks terrible and whatnot. And he comes up to Laurence Olivier afterwards and says, you know, how was I? Did I look like I was really wrecked? And Dustin goes, yeah, you look really wrecked. He goes, yeah, you know, I stayed up for 3 days and, you know, I didn't eat or drink because I just wanted to look absolutely strung out for the scene. I wanted to look, you know, like I was wrecked. And Olivier goes, well, it worked. You could have tried acting as well. And possibly apocryphal story, but very funny.
Oh, that's brilliant.
That is. Yeah. Why didn't you try acting, dear boy? Just like, yeah, pretty goddamn funny.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, but again, Hollywood actors particularly abused method acting, because method acting was essentially, think of yourself as this character, as this person. What's your backstory? How did you get here? You're not just reading lines. You're not listening to a director who says, be angry, be happy, be sad. You are being the character. Why would you react this way? How would you react if you were this person? And you follow the method, which is an offshoot of Stanislavski's. Stanislavski developed the idea of, don't just say the lines, basically imagine this is you. How would you react it? And the New York Method Acting School took it a bit further, but then you get all these fuckheads who just do it wrong. But there's kind of a mid-level one, like Russell Crowe was notorious for this. If he had to be really immersed in a role, he would actually ask between takes for people not to talk to him on set, because it's like particularly like when he's doing the Nazi in Romper Stomper, he's like, yeah, I can't be talking to people on set because I don't want to talk to them like this guy, because this guy's horrible, but I can't go and be friendly to someone and then 2 seconds later be a psychotic Nazi. So I need people to just not talk to me while I'm on set, so I can just be in this space, because you're asking me to do something really extreme. And
sorry, I keep cutting you off.
No,
Go. I think that's a fair trade.
Yeah,
I think that's a fair ask. If you're going to method act, and if you're going to try and get your headspace into a deeply disturbed, horrible person, the least you can do is tell people Look, I'm doing this thing. I need space, and like give them
And
some fair warning.
a lot of actors do that, and I think that's quite reasonable, where you just say,
Yeah,
I have to be in a particular headspace, so I can't talk to anyone between takes because
and
I need to stay
yeah,
in that headspace.
and keep, or at the very least, keep it to like the bare essential like communication only.
Yeah, but if you want to see someone be a complete arsehole, it's probably still on Netflix, this Jim Carrey doco doing Man in the Moon, the Andy Kaufman story. And I just watched that going like, man, someone should have punched you in the fucking head in that movie. They all...
Andy Kaufman wasn't an asshole.
Andy
Like-
Kaufman was an original. He was a performance artist that did some funny stuff, and he did stuff that people, a lot of the time, people didn't expect or understand. And it was kind of like, as soon as people latched on to what he was doing with a particular routine, he would drop it and do something completely different, because he was just fucking with people all the time. He was just like, okay, you have an expectation of a performer is this. I'm going to do something very off kilter, something you don't expect, something you haven't seen before, and just put you off balance. And as soon as you kind of hook into the vibe of what I'm doing, I'm just going to change what I'm doing.
I think like his performances, his audience was him.
Yes.
He did it for him.
Yeah.
And his, like, the actual audience was his props for that.
Yeah.
And he was never an overt jerk about it.
No.
But not like Jim Carrey.
No.
Was a jerk about a lot of things. But I mean, a lot of people would have taken that the wrong way, for sure.
Yeah. But the
Especially
notorious...
back in the 70s.
Yeah. The notorious thing is when he got involved in wrestling, you know, the staged wrestling stuff. And he did all this stuff where he appeared to alienate people and be a real arsehole, and it was all part of a performance. The actual guy from the wrestling thing played himself in the movie, and I saw him in an interview, and he said Jim Carrey was a complete fucking prick to me because he thought Andy Kaufman was a prick to me. Andy Kaufman was never a prick to me. We would actually discuss it prior to a thing. Like, I'd say a script goes like this, and then he goes, that's cool. What I'm actually going to do is this. And I want everyone to act like I'm not meant to do it. I want everyone to know what I'm going to do, but when I do it, just act like I'm doing the wrong thing. Just like you hate me because I'm fucking with everything. And they went, yeah, okay, sure. We're all performers, whatever. But Jim Carrey was actually a prick. And this guy was on record as saying Andy Kaufman was never a prick. Jim Carrey didn't get it. He was a prick.
Yeah.
And no, Safa, The Rock did not wreck Brendan Fraser's acting career. Brendan Fraser went public that he was sexually assaulted by a very powerful person in Hollywood, and he got blackballed for it because it's like you don't rock
because
the
of
boat.
An article in so there were two things that happened to Brendan Fraser that wrecked his career. One of them was the sexual assault, which I think was a Variety article that he came clean about the sexual assault. But the other thing was that Brendan Fraser was a people pleaser.
Yes.
And to some extent he still is. So when he started getting into action movies, and especially with the Mummy franchise, he would just say yes. He would just say yes to all these stunts, and it wrecked his back and it wrecked his knees.
Injured.
Yeah, he got injured a lot. and he had to have knee surgery during the filming of The Mummy 2.
Yeah.
And eventually, like, he would say yes to all these stunts, and like, just it fucked him. And
Yeah.
like, he couldn't run. Like
Yeah.
like he had to do this scene where he was running, and he couldn't. He literally couldn't run
Mm.
without crippling pain, and it fucked him. So that was like one nail, and then to this day he's still in pain because of the all these injuries he sustained from just like saying yes to everything.
Yeah.
I mean, why the stunt people on set didn't caution him, because that's a good stunt crew should be there to say, sorry, Mr. Fraser, I should be doing this. But yeah, that's up to the producers and the director to help with that. But yeah, like once you're blacklisted, like this I don't remember his name, this Hollywood bigwig groped him from behind, like he went up to shake his hand, groped his butt, I think, and Brendan just like did not like that at all, and it messed him up. Like you'd think that was like innocuous, but no, it messed him up, and quite rightly so.
Well, yeah, because there was a whole power dynamic thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And
this guy was just saying, I can do this to you and you can't stop me.
Yeah. It totally is a power thing. Yeah. And that was the final straw.
Yeah.
And good on him for getting back out there.
Yeah.
And he's back. It's so good to see, because he so deserves it. He's such a nice guy. Brendan Fraser.
Yeah, and he gets a lot of love from the public, which is nice.
He does, yeah.
That's all good.
And I loved him in Blast from the Past too. That was a good movie. It was a cheesy rom-com.
It was very funny when he was cheesy beefcake, like George of the Jungle and whatnot.
Yeah.
Those are extremely silly films that are quite a bit of fun to watch. And
Encino Man.
Yeah, Encino Man. That was his big breakout, Encino Man. Yeah.
Yes. And what was the one where he like was in the band and they took over a record studio?
Heavy metal band.
Airheads. Yes.
That again, that was a very funny, very silly film.
Yes.
It was ridiculous. It was so funny. And Jude. And it was interesting, like all the women who, and the Harvey Weinstein thing was the big thing. But it's freaky that the power structures are such that it's very obvious women get abused all the time. But even if a man is abused and speaks out, the power structure will protect the power people. Which is like horrifying.
The same thing happened to fucking Terry Crews.
Like, he went public as well. Yes.
Terry Crews, you look at him, he's huge. Who would fuck with him?
Yeah.
But someone did with the same kind of power dynamic, and it messed him up.
Yep. And it's literally like if someone's saying, I have power and you don't like, I can abuse you and you can't do anything about it. And
exactly.
Terry Crews, because he's saying, I'm a big guy. I could have caved this guy's head in. But I knew the way the power dynamic worked, I couldn't do that. Physically, I could.
Yeah.
But the way the power dynamic worked, I couldn't. And it's just like the system is fucked. So it's kind of funny when you get these right-wing fuckheads talking about the deviance in Hollywood and whatnot. It's not like they're completely wrong. It's just that they make these leaps that make no sense. It's like, yes, all these deviants and groomers in Hollywood are evil. Donald Trump will save us. And I'm like, what?
Isn't it always strange how the truth always like somewhere in the middle?
Yeah,
Like,
it's fucking weird. It is fucking weird.
yeah.
Sorry,
But I love Terry Crews.
he is
Like, he's
pretty
such a cool.
funny. He's
He's
pretty
awesome.
funny guy. It's yeah. Did you if you love Terry Crews, I guess you watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Big fan.
The last season was very interesting because it's like they all
I actually
looked at
haven't watched it.
themselves. Well, no real spoilers, but the last
Okay.
season, after the various extreme abuses of police power, murdering of black men and women, they
Yep.
looked at themselves and went, "We've been doing propaganda for 6 years now, and it's
Okay.
real hard to look at ourselves in the mirror." Pretending the cops aren't murdering innocent people. And so the last season is essentially them trying to deal with they'd been doing propaganda for 6 years.
Wow.
It's pretty good. Like, it's still like an entertaining show, but they are very much trying to grapple with the degree of corruption and violence in the police. So it's quite interesting because the stories I read, they had the whole season written, and then there were a couple of events, and they're just like, we can't pretend that stuff didn't happen, and they rewrote the whole final season.
Wow.
So
like,
it's interesting.
So it's all post George Floyd.
Yeah, it's post George Floyd.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude.
Wow.
Tippi Hedren and Alfred Hitchcock. Alfred Hitchcock, notorious piece of shit. Absolutely notorious piece of shit. Hollywood's full. Like, you read the stories of Stanley Kubrick's treatment of what's her name on The Shining. Not, putting the hard word on or anything, but just psychologically traumatizing her on the set so she looks scared on screen. It's like, yeah, Jesus Christ.
She can, like, getting back to that quote, she can act.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you maybe don't need to psychologically damage her on the set.
Don't force people to method act,
Oh, yeah. No, dude, Hitchcock was a fucking monster. He was an absolute fucking monster. Yes, he made good films. He had a good eye as a director. He could construct films and construct shots really well. He was a fucking monster, though. And very much an exploiter of women. He was awful. Awful, awful, awful person. But yeah. Even things like find interviews with Uma Thurman talking about Quentin Tarantino on Kill Bill, because he coerced her into. There's a scene where her character drives a car down a dirt road, and he coerced her to do the driving, not a stunt driver, and berated her to drive faster and faster to a point where she didn't feel safe. And she crashed, and she got spinal injuries out of it that pain she'll carry for the rest of her life. There are interviews where she just comes clean about the bullying that Quentin Tarantino did with her on set. So it's a whole fucking system that rewards assholes, basically. It's just very disheartening.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah. And it's kind of like, it's even like, the Justin Roiland thing, the Rick and Morty co-creator.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
And it's like, okay, he's on domestic violence charges, which is bad, and everyone suddenly cut him dead. And I go, it hasn't even gone to court. What do they know that we don't know? And it's since come out. People have produced receipts. For years, he has been super creepy to teenagers on social media. Like, damn it. And it's just like it came out. They're like, oh man, I'm really disturbed by this. And then other people have come out and said, yeah, well, do you know about this? And the studios all went, fuck. And they went,
Yeah,
oh God,
okay.
no, cut this guy dead. Cut this guy dead. What the fuck?
Yeah. Because I knew that as soon as like the studio cut him loose, they knew something we didn't.
That's exactly what
They
I
had
thought.
to.
I thought
Yeah.
you don't cut
Because
someone off when they're facing charges. You after a conviction, yes.
yeah, because he was the talent of the show that is making them a fortune.
Yeah.
So
Well, now you get a bunch of people saying he hasn't really contributed anything to the writing for years, but he was a bunch of the voices. But let's get real. You just go on the internet. The internet is full of people who can do absolutely compelling renditions of those character voices. So they're just going to replace him.
And yeah, or you just can deep fake it nowadays.
Well, yeah, no, but you do a casting call, like show up with your best Rick, your best Morty, your best this character, your best that character. And do you want to do it for minimum wage? And all these people will say yes.
Yeah, I guess.
It's actually probably going to be grossly exploitative by the studio.
Oh, great.
All right. I am coming up to the need for a wee break. And rather than leaving you under pressure, why don't we do the last couple of times?
Video. Yes.
Find a
Good
weird
call.
AIDzee video. Because
Yes.
it's really funny because I've been bringing them up recently. So pretty much every day now, when I go on YouTube, I have AIDzee's face staring at me.
Is that good or bad?
It's a thing, basically.
It's yeah. It's contextual.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm going down the list. There's a video called Code Grey Explained, and it's from the Royal Children's Hospital. So it's like, that's probably not funny because Code Grey is when a patient is violent.
Yes.
So it's like AIDzee, the Royal Children's Hospital explaining why things AIDzee did aren't cool. Okay. All right, I found one. This is just called Code Grey is a unique show. It's an interview I did with AIDzee before the show happened. So it's during rehearsals. So I'll present, share screen. All right, how's that? So we don't need to be on there. So I'll turn my microphone off and I'll full screen. So this is only about 3 minutes, which is enough time for me to have a toilet break. And away we go. The one thing I'm really looking forward to seeing is an audience reaction to the show. And because I know, okay, in a lot of live shows, the person wants to sell it and say, you know, this is a one-of-a-kind experience. And they're often lying because the vast majority of shows is someone on the stage being funny.
Yeah.
And that's a value in and of itself.
In and of itself.
I do kind of think this does qualify
As a one-off.
something they won't have experienced before.
I can't see it. I can't see it. I can't see that. No, I can't see that the good peeps will have seen something like this before. And the I guess the inspiration of it was that I kept on seeing tales of survival by great explorers and Arctic crossing people and great mountaineers, and it was all very noble. And I was thinking, no, it's not like that. You know, they don't talk about how they shit themselves and how they're terrified and how they don't know what's going on and how they're confused and how they're weak and how they're childish and how they don't know what to do and they're lost, so fucking lost. And I thought only a comic could do that. Only a comic could go in those places. And I thought that's the show. That's the show that people need to see, you know, because we've all seen the heroic, noble mountaineer, but no one's seen the scared, lonely comic. And I thought, yeah, no, that's the show that people would actually relate to, because, you know, at the end of the day, everyone likes to be noble, but everyone is weak and scared and afraid. And at the end of the day, to be weak and scared and afraid is okay, because you might just win anyway. And that's cool. You know, you might just win anyway. If you just chuck your nuts up and have a go, you might be okay. You might come good. You know, you might come good. You know, so that's the show. That's the show. I think it will be different. I don't think there'll be many other shows in the festival this year where people will have died twice. No. Mind you, I mean, I suppose we all say as comics we die many, many, many times.
It's just rare that it involves operating tables and heart stopping.
It is rare. It is rare. It usually involves just audiences going, no. But I think this time audiences will get into it. I think they will. There's a couple of big ticket items involving big props. And big props is always great. Everyone loves a big prop. Who hates a big prop? No one. No one hates a big prop. So yeah, that should be good. Should be fun. Yeah. And it should be fun. It should be actually fun. It gets scary in the middle and then comes good as a show. And does get scary in the middle. And it's not apologetic for that. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. And it's supposed to. And then it comes good.
There you go. That's AIDzee. Comes good.
AIDzee comes good.
Bit scary for a while, but comes good. Yeah. So
I miss him.
Yeah, I mean, it comes up for me in the weirdest ways at the weirdest times. And what it usually is there'll be a situation where my mind will go, oh, I know how AIDzee would respond to this, or it'd be interesting to have AIDzee's response to this. And then you go, well, that's not going to happen, is it? And
yeah.
That's how it gets me. Occasionally thinking, oh, what would it be like in this situation with AIDzee? And it's like, oh, well, that's not going to happen, is it? And yet that's still, not that it's been that long, really, but
No.
but yeah, it's very much. It's not something I think about constantly, but every now and then it just sort of sinks in, like, oh, not gonna see him again, and
exactly.
And that's the bit that always gets me, just periodically, because of, you know, whatevs. I think of him or how he'd react to a thing, and then just go, oh, not actually going to see him again. And mind you, I think the same things about Mimsy too. Every now and then I'm like, oh, there'd be a thing. Oh no, I'm never going to see Mimsy again, am I? Oh, okay. It's weird.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, strictly Sega. Here's the thing: Code Grey was 12 years ago, and in basically the final scene, the final little monologue of it, he says, next birthday I'm going to be 40, and then does a fist pump and goes, fuck yeah, made it, because no one thought he would. and no one thought he'd live much past 30 because he got very, very, very sick with rheumatoid arthritis at that point and some complications. But people definitely didn't think, after the necrotizing fasciitis, people definitely didn't think he was going to make 40. And he lasted another 12 years past that. So, yeah, it was when I was putting together some videos and I was re-looking at Code Grey, that one really was interesting to me, how it was a big celebration for him that he was going to make 40 because no one thought he was going to make 40. Sorry, Strictly Sega, you didn't know about Mimsy. Sorry, I guess I haven't broadcast everywhere, but yes, no. Mimsy had her final visit to the vet a little while ago. She's just basically very old and just a cavalcade of health issues, and she was just not well and clearly in a lot of pain. So there was only really one way to take care of her. So, and the vets were really good. That's the thing. And that's true. Like AIDzee has a particular sort of immortality in that he's fixated in a lot of people's brains, basically. It's very interesting because there was a Facebook group set up with some old AIDzee friends. Ooh, you disappeared for a second there. I think back
my internet just burped.
Okay. Whenever that happens, I'm never sure whose internet is at fault, but I think it's yours.
It was definitely mine.
There are basically 3 circles of AIDzee influence. There's the uni course that we both did, which is where I first knew him from. The stand-up comedy scene, which is where I re-met him at the Melbourne Comedy Festival one year, where he was directing a show. And then the YouTube circle, which is what we did together. And so it's very interesting, this Facebook group set up for, memories of AIDzee. The different people from the different circles post very different things, because it's like uni was late 80s to early mid 90s. Stand-up comedy was late 90s to early noughties, and then YouTube was about 10 or 12 years ago. He started with me on YouTube. AIDzee started uni straight out of high school, so he was only like 18, 19 when he started uni, which was interesting because most of the students in our theatre course were mature age. Most people were over 25. But AIDzee, pure raw talent, got in straight out of school. Very interesting story he tells, and this has been verified by the other party. He's going to his audition, and he found the building on the uni campus where he's meant to go for the audition, and there was this bloke outside. He had some tools and stuff, so I don't know, AIDzee thought he was like a handyman or maybe maintenance staff around the place, and AIDzee just introduced himself to this guy and said, I've got an audition in here, and the guy goes, "Oh, good luck." And AIDzee says, "What are they like? What should I expect? Do you know them at all?" And the guy, I just said something like, be yourself, or I forget what the actual advice was, but he went, "I'm sure you'll be fine." And so AIDzee said, okay, I had a little chat with the guy and said, "Okay, thanks, man, I'm going to go in there." So he goes into the audition, and then the lecturers come in who are going to assess his audition, one of whom is the guy he was talking to outside. Bill Blakey, who's an absolute legend. And Bill said it was really notable. AIDzee thought he was maintenance, maybe a cleaner or whatever, but talked to him with respect and valued his opinion, and that really counted for a lot.
Yeah.
It spoke to his character. And that's the thing he brings up in Code Grey as well. Is it because when the necrotizing fasciitis happened, he was in hospital for such a long time, and he found out at one point he was known as the person who's nice to everyone, who is nice to nurses, he's nice to cleaners, he's nice to the people who bring food. And AIDzee's like, what do you mean? And they said, you talk to people and you talk to them as people and you're friendly and kind. And he's going, but isn't that the bare minimum for other people?
That's what I thought.
Yeah. And he's like, no, other people just, if you're not a doctor, they treat you like shit and they're really rude. And AIDzee's gone, well, that's fucked. And they're gone, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And he was actually mortified that he was singled out as being particularly nice to people who weren't doctors, because he was like, but I'm only doing the bare minimum, just respecting them as people. And again, yep, that's not that common. You'd be surprised.
That's messed up.
Yeah, no, he thought it was messed up. He thought it sucked.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, it's not like he's flawed. It was okay. There was a hilarious moment at AIDzee's memorial. A lot of different people had a lot of different interactions with AIDzee, and AIDzee absolutely could and would be incredibly helpful to people, like really put himself out for people, really put in an effort person, but he was hardly a flawless individual, and he would not have claimed to be a flawless individual. And as is the case for pretty much all human beings, I think, the longer you're around someone, the longer you know someone, the longer you interact with someone, the more you're going to see the less than fantastic aspects of them. And Mrs. Angry and I were talking to AIDzee's ex-wife. They, divorced some years ago, and she was saying, like, "Oh, I'm going to miss the guy. He's always going to be part of my life." But it's like, woof, and I know all these people seem to only have good memories of him, but well, you knew him well enough. You knew there was real difficulties in dealing with him, and we were basically saying, like, yeah, he was a human, so that meant there were difficult parts of him as well. And just while we were having this conversation, like, yeah, Jesus Christ, he could be difficult, couldn't he? Someone came up and then basically praised AIDzee as a saint, and he was a perfect thing, and we shall never see his like again, and moved on. And we let them, because from their perspective, what they were saying was completely true, because AIDzee had helped them and done good things, and they moved on. And then we just went, yep.
Yeah.
As again, he was a great guy. It should have been obvious from all the videos and everything, the esteem I held him in. But
Yeah.
he was a human being with all the flaws that entails. And some people, because he would go so far out of his way to help people, some people's only experience of him was that incredibly positive AIDzee.
For sure.
So it's kind of weird that some people have a borderline saintly view of him, which he would personally find ridiculous. If anyone said that to him, he would take some time to disabuse them of that notion. But it was just really funny that the exact moment we were talking to his ex-wife about, yeah, Jesus, there was some, and because she divorced him, so it was like, yep, there were some real fucking difficult aspects in there, and we were like, yep, and someone just swans up and goes, "He was a saint. He was perfect," and we were like, "Yeah, cool."
Yike. Yeah.
And again, and I love that he was, and Jesus Christ, he helped a lot of people.
He did, yeah. I
I
mean, you
saw
only have to see
so much.
the size of the audience is well, the audience, the
attendees,
crowd, the
at his
attendees,
memorial, yeah,
yeah, to know what type of person he was.
yeah. And you can watch the memorial. I've shared the link somewhere with all the speeches and whatnot, and they cover a spectrum. It's very interesting views from different people who knew different things. But I do love one of the comedians, Dave Bushnell, who it was actually his show when I ran into AIDzee for the first time in a decade. AIDzee was directing this show of Dave Bushnell's, and the way Dave told the story, it's like, I mean, and he's going like, AIDzee stories were amazing. I have no idea how many of them were true. I mean, he's like, maybe he got shot by Iraqis in Canberra. I don't know. I wasn't there. You know, maybe he got
It's hardly
stabbed.
the point.
Yeah, and it's just like, and while, you know, I'll miss him forever, I do occasionally almost like giggle to myself. It's like, oh, God, at least there won't be an incident on a live stream where I just have to stop him dead and say, for fuck's sake, that's not true. That thing you're saying is not true. You're saying it with this immense confidence and people are going to believe you. And I know for a fact what you're saying is not true.
Yeah.
I
have a cat.
You do. That's a true thing.
Do. That is a true statement. I have a cat. Oh.
And yes, Heine, you're absolutely right. AIDzee would very much be into talking to people for hours. And I mean, in fact, you could barely shut him up. But
yeah.
But yes, there were, you're not the only one. There were lots of cases of people I knew who they needed someone to talk to them for hours. And he would absolutely do it. Jude, you get attributed saint because you're caring for two people. You feel certifiable's more accurate. But that's the thing, you do good work. But
don't stand there.
Oh, okay, Kitty really wants to use you as a
oh, she misses me.
Yeah.
Since I changed room, her whole like sleep schedule is, her sleep routine is out.
Yeah.
Her usual sleeping spots are changed, and
yeah, but yeah, that looks like Kitty really wants to just be on top of you there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right, Heine. AIDzee did, when he was physically able to, he loved going to the physical meetups and interacting with people. I know he did spend extended period in online chats and phone chats with people. I know
I went and visited him a lot in the last couple of months.
You did much more than me, actually.
Yeah, I'm really grateful to have had the opportunity to be able to do that for him.
I have to admit, I found it quite weird because I'd done so much with him over the last decade or so. A lot of people were coming up to me going, "Are you okay?" And I'm going,
"Oh, okay.
Am I? I mean,
yeah,
it's weird and it's going to take an adjustment, but I swear to fuck, how this didn't happen 10 years ago, I don't know. The number of times, and I'm not joking, the number of times he went into hospital and I didn't expect him to come out.
Yeah.
and I was always stunned. Like he's going, oh, and he'd sound like death. And he was,
Yep.
you're in the hospital. And oh, Jesus, that sounds bad. 2 days later, I get a call again. I'm out of hospital. Again, how did you get out of hospital? You sounded like you were dying. And you think, no, yeah, but they looked at me and I just like convinced them that I don't know how you did that.
That's not how that usually works.
I know, he just talked him into it.
The first time I visited him in hospital,
Hmm.
I remember I had to I wanted to take him to the cafe because he was stuck in this cubicle.
Yeah.
And I had to push him around in a wheelchair because he couldn't walk without falling over. And
Yep.
he was out of hospital a week later.
Yep. I swear to God. And the number of worst case scenarios he dodged, everyone just thinks of death because yes, seriously, at least half a dozen times in the last decade, I expected him to die in hospital. But it was not just dying as a worst case scenario. Like when he had the infection in his jaw that killed all his teeth, they were seriously considering removing his jaw. And
yeah,
he would not. And again, with that horrible,
I mean, they would have replaced it with something. He wouldn't have just been stuck without a jaw, surely.
Do you know? Okay, no, that's not what they do. It's like the famous film reviewer Roger Ebert had his jaw removed because of cancer, and that was it. Just he never talked again because it had no bottom jaw.
What, they don't put a replacement jaw in?
Nope.
What?
Nope. Apparently, that's not a thing that they can do.
I'm horrified.
Yeah.
We're living in the future. They can give you a bionic heart.
They can't give you a
They
fake jaw.
can't do a jaw?
Look it up. Roger Ebert, the film.
I'm going to. I'm desperately curious. Once this cat is no longer attached to me, her claws are digging in right now. So
she's attached.
She's attached, yeah.
So Heine talking about, I did not remember the meetup after Kip passed. I got uncomfortable with you talking about him. AIDzee realized you didn't know. So he took you outside and worded you up. Kip had died. Again, okay, super weird thing. I haven't tallied it for a while, and I don't really want to. There are a fuck ton of dead people on my videos on YouTube. And now AIDzee's added to the list.
I hope they were alive at the time.
They were alive on the videos, and now they are no longer.
Well, let's qualify that.
Yeah. I think, God, I don't even know that I want to sit there and try and remember them all. I'm worried it's up to double figures now, which is super fucking weird.
Is this some sort of Death Note? Am I going to die soon?
I don't know. It's like most of them are from illness. But it is
illness. I get those.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It is disconcerting the number of people who are on my videos who are no longer on this mortal plane.
Oh, Bella.
Strictly saying
that she's 12 now. So.
Oh, that makes her a senior cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She does more sleeping than not.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Mimsy got to 17, 18, which is an extremely senior cat.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Strictly saying like people in my videos are like drummers from Spinal Tap. Yikes. Oh dear.
Now there's a movie I haven't watched in so long.
Oh God. Yes, I feel like because that's like a 40-year-old film.
Yeah, this is Spinal Tap.
Yeah,
I gotta watch it. just for old
don't-
time's
I
sake.
don't know if it was the first film of that type, like a mock documentary,
Mockumentary.
a mockumentary.
I think there was. I mean, it was the first like overly comedic one of its time.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But there was a concept of a mockumentary
Yeah.
done previous, I'm sure.
Yeah. 1984. So it's basically a 40-year-old film.
I remember this mockumentary about it was ostensibly about this guy who had invented color photography and color video photography like decades before it actually had been invented. And of course it was
Right.
all fake. It was a mockumentary, but it was completely done seriously
Yeah.
to the point where people actually believed it, myself included.
Oh
Because
gosh.
and I watched it when I was in my 20s, and I was like, wow, holy shit, what the fuck? And like I told a coworker at the time, and he said, that's fake, right? And I'm like, fuck
Damn it.
fuckity fuck.
Damn it.
But yeah, I don't know when it came out. It could have been after 84, I don't know. But yeah, look, fond childhood memories of dwarves almost crushing the Stonehenge. Yeah.
Okay.
And
if I do Googling first. Oh yes, no, that's probably okay. I did a Google search on first mockumentary. Take the Money and Run, a 1969 Woody Allen film. And that again, Woody Allen, awful person, absolutely awful person. Did make some very. He's a good writer and did make some good films. He did a couple of films that were kind of like mockumentaries. But the people who made Spinal Tap actually made a whole bunch of mockumentaries over the years that are basically all very good. None of them hit the commercial or cultural heights of Spinal Tap, but they have quite a lot of really good mockumentaries on very different topics. But Spinal Tap, holy shit, so many, like Jude throwing in this goes to 11. There are so many quotable bits from Spinal Tap. It was so fun. And apparently they shot hours more stuff. They because they would just ramble on camera, and they cut it right back in the editing.
Speaking of Star Trek, tomorrow night I am going to see Star Wars: A New Hope. And the soundtrack will be performed live by the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra.
Nice.
And I'm going with Abigail, who is definitely just a friend now.
Yeah, friend.
Damn. Bought the tickets in like November. So, but yeah, doing that tomorrow.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah, awkward. Not a date, but she's still a friend. And I'm still going to have fun.
Yeah.
Still going to have tons of fun. But yeah, A New Hope.
Yeah.
It could have at least been. Well, I don't know. I have no idea if it's a special edition or not. Yes, it's at Jeff's Shed. In the big ass plenary hall.
Yeah.
And I have, I don't know if it's a special edition or not. It could have at least been like Return of the Sith or one of the prequels, but A New Hope, it's fine. Yeah, I guess.
When the first special editions that were released, which were actually released into theaters,
Yes.
I saw a New Hope in the cinema. I never bothered to see Empire or Jedi when they released them in the cinemas, but it was a lot of fun watching A New Hope, basically because every new scene that was in it, the audience would applaud. After the scene, there'd be like a round of applause. But
God.
my personal favorite moment is the bit when Luke's saying, I wanted to go to Toshi Station, and Uncle Owen tells him he can't. And he goes, and the audience just cracked up because it's like, what the fuck is wrong with him? It's like, that is not an epic hero doing this whiny teenager thing, and everyone just laughed, and you could almost get, it was a collective, because then we were all adults who'd seen it as kids, and everyone was like, oh god, I thought he was a fucking hero, and it's just like, Jesus, he's so painful.
I think the most memorable for me at the time when I watched the special edition A New Hope in cinemas, you know, the blooper they kept in where the stormtrooper bangs his head on the door.
His head, yes.
Well, in the special edition, George Lucas not only left that in, but he added a sound effect to it.
Yeah, bong.
He actually added the clanking noise to the shot. Like, talk about props. Like, that was awesome. That stuck.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
The
other fun things in the audience, the first time Leia was on screen, some guy shouted out, I love you, Leia. And then
cringe.
I know, but it became a running thing. Then the first time Luke was on screen, some girl yelled out, I love you, Luke. And so the audience all laughed. And then Han and Chewie were in the cantina together, and then a guy just went, I love you, Chewie. It was really funny. Bit of audience participation. But the high point was definitely the way the audience reacted when Luke went, and everyone just laughed and just went, oh god, that's so fucking embarrassing. What the fuck?
Oh, that's awesome. I'm getting a headache, so I'm gonna have to.
It's post midnight, and it's like, I've had several drinks, but not an excessive number of drinks. So if I were to retire, I would probably be a functional human for most of Saturday, which is not a bad thing. Well, you're going to be at Star Wars. I may even be doing another stream on Saturday night because it's too fucking hot to go out, and I don't want to leave out.
Well, I mean, I don't. The show starts at 7:30. I'll probably be home by the time. I don't know if you're gonna call it quits at 10 or not, but if you go late, I might see you at the end, like
maybe nothing
at the end. So,
and Jude, I think someone maybe did say I love you, Vader, as well. But sorry,
I love you, Grand Moff Tarkin.
I was also just thinking, because again, a funny thing when you look at it in retrospect, because the way they did over-the-top lightsaber fights in the prequels and everything that's happened since, you look at the original Alec Guinness Darth Vader fight, and not much happens. It's like, he's an old fucking man, okay? It's pretty funny, but my god, that was redeemed. Like, again, Andor is probably the best Star Wars thing that exists. Second best, Rogue One. I fucking love that movie. And the most incredible bit of fan service, that final scene when the rebels are trying to escape and they looking down a dark corridor like something bad's about to happen, and a red lightsaber comes on, and they all go, well, fuck me. And they're like, open fire. and he's just deflecting everything, and he's just walking, and it's just like he's just going down, going, "You fucking piss me off. You guys are so fucking annoying." And these guys are terrible. And everyone goes, "Oh,
And-
Rogue One explains that how they beat the Death Star wasn't dumb." But also, the bit I never understood, or in A New Hope, the princess's ship gets captured by this immensely larger ship. So they are obviously outnumbered like 100-1 or whatever. And the rebels all hold position when the stormtroopers break in and there's a gunfight. I was like, what was the fucking point of that? Like, what the fuck are you doing? But that scene just before, when they've got the code and they've just had this desperate battle, and it's like every second you can delay them increases the chances this secret gets out. And that explains, it was a fucking suicide thing. It was just like, it doesn't matter if we die, if we can hold every second we hold them back.
I've never heard that. And it just makes perfect sense now. It just makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't explain why Leia is so insistent on saying we're a diplomatic mission to Alderaan, from Alderaan.
Because they were just involved in a firefight a few seconds earlier.
Yeah. But the concept of like they're all there trying to hold back 1,000 stormtroopers.
Yeah.
Like they just need to hold off a few seconds to let the plans go. Like that makes sense. I like it.
Because I always thought, like, that's just suicide. Why do you not just go, okay, you captured us, you outnumber us 100-1. I guess we're done. But it was a stalling thing. Just like every second we hold them back.
Yes, but also,
sorry. Yeah.
I have a point to make about the corridor scene where Darth Vader is it standing in the darkness and then ignites his lightsaber. It's way more than just fan service. There's actual some in-canon reason why he does that. He is using theatrics to instill fear in his opponents to feed off that fear to feed the dark side.
Yeah.
So
he's fucking with him. He's fucking with him.
Yeah. It's part of the whole Sith thing to fuck with them so that he can beat them. It's a thing.
Yeah.
Also it looks fucking cool.
It's so good. Because that whole sequence is on YouTube. Every now and then I just rewatch that sequence. It's just so good. Because Star Wars was fun, but it was honestly a bit light and clean, A New Hope.
Yeah.
That final bit of Rogue One is so fucking dark. Like, Vader is just slicing those guys up. And the final guys who are trying to get off, and the door's jammed, but it's just a little bit open, and he just hands the disc out going, take it. And then the lightsaber just goes goosh, and just like, oh man, that is fucking hardcore.
Yeah.
These guys are hardcore. And that's the thing that I think they're doing extremely well in Andor. You're fighting a galaxy-wide fascist dictatorship. You are not a lightweight. You are doing some hardcore shit to stand up against just an incredibly powerful fascist dictatorship. You're not fucking around. It's not this light, airy, fairy.
For sure.
It's it's the real deal.
Yes. Also, I think that the lightsaber duels in the prequels get more shit than they deserve.
No, I love the lightsaber duel.
I think they're awesome.
The Yoda thing, I thought that was actually, it's going like he's this weird little guy, but he needs it. Force.
He's tiny, and his lightsaber is tiny. He needs acrobatics.
Yeah,
and people say it looks choreographed. right?
Yeah.
And it looks overly choreographed, but you got to understand they're space wizards who can see slightly into the future.
Yeah.
It's gonna look choreographed.
No,
It's by
yeah.
design. That shit is going to look choreographed because they
Yeah.
can see like 3 moves ahead.
Yeah. I'm aboard with
Like
that.
that's just what it's gonna look like.
As much as I shit
Dude.
on the prequel, and I do, the battle, not just the lightsaber, the battle scenes, the space battles and the land battles, I think are fucking incredible. I think they do a really good job with them.
I have issues with the space battles. Like the space battles are not supposed to be naval combat.
Oh well, that's
Why
how
are they
do.
naval combat?
Well,
Like-
but that's the most common trope in sci-fi, that space is the Navy.
Yeah, but like literally to the point where you have these giant laser cannons that fire projectiles and a shell comes out. Like that was in the prequels. I genuinely disliked that. And having like naval formations where you have ships of the line firing broadsides. These battles should be fired from kilometers away. And it irks me, and it wouldn't look good on screen.
Yeah.
It's all to look good for the shot. I get why they do it. It just isn't realistic. With thousands of years of technology in the future, firing like these projectiles like that, like these, just
Well, I do.
just seems anachronistic to me.
Yeah.
That's all.
I was more into the land battles, I have to admit. I
Okay,
thought
yeah,
I enjoyed
yeah.
the space battles, but I thought the land battles were extremely good. And
Sure.
because just doing on a massive scale, having really not so much the Phantom
Look, the
Menace, but
scale was cool.
once you get into the Clone Wars, the
Yeah.
land
Oh,
wars.
the land, the final, the Battle of Geonosis was
Yeah.
fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
and then like the ship crashes and there's dust, and you
Yeah.
can just see, and the lighting effects on all the clones, and yeah, it's just fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's
Anyway,
also something they
I
should
need
make
to
a
go.
TV or series or movie of, is the Knights of the Old Republic, because there's a brilliant cinematic which is on YouTube. It's the opening of one of the Knights of the Old Republic games, and this whole thing, like, beautiful Jedi temple, and there's some obvious dodgy characters sneaking around doing some shit, and you think, oh, what do the dodgy characters do? And when you think it's just down to them, a fucking ship crashes into the Jedi temple and just smashes into it, and you're going, well, that was fucked up. And like the doors are open and it's just dark, and a red lightsaber comes on in the darkness, and then 20 red lightsabers come on in the darkness, and then there's just this fucking kick-ass. It's not 1 against 1, it's like 50 against 50. They've got to make a movie of that, because that's really fucking cool.
Fair enough.
Anyway, let's because I'm still feeling robust, and so I feel like I'll be a functional human.
I am definitely not feeling all that robust.
I got double cherries. There you go. It's not going to look real gay if I gargle them. So I'm not. I tell you what, it's got to the point. I'm not going to eat these on camera. Okay, I'm just. It's too much. It's too much.
Wow.
I know, right?
Wow. Good night.
Good night, everyone. If you're around tomorrow, I'm not necessarily live tomorrow night, but maybe am. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But you'll take care. Whatever.